Well, no Gwynn and no Chris here on 97.3 The Fan in the afternoon today. You're going to get Skraby and Soprennant and Skraby, whatever you all want to say out there. We have a full 4 hours ahead, T-minus less than 24 hours until spring training. And I'm curious, Braden, we haven't talked about this the entire day yet because I wanted to wait until we were on the show to get your thoughts on the Padres, the Jason Hayward signing, the Gavin Sheets signing. We'll get to that in just a second, but let's set up the show. We got a bunch of stuff for you today. We're going to actually be taking your phone calls here in the first hour of the show, so hold on for that. We'll talk about that at the end of this segment. We'll also get our thoughts on the Padres going into spring training. We'll have our daily gambit. We have a Big Five. We have Brent Sobleski talking about the NFL and the NFL draft. Also, Braden's really excited about college basketball tonight. There's a lot of college basketball games. We have San Jose State playing the Aztecs up in San Jose. Huge game for San Jose State, or not for San Jose State. Huge game for the Aztecs to beat
Aztecs
San
need to
Jose
win.
State.
Aztecs definitely need to win. Aztecs need to basically take care of business the rest of the way out, and they definitely need to cash in on a couple of quad one opportunities, especially at Utah State and then home against New Mexico, which might be a quad 2 game by the time that game rolls around. But yes, this is a very important game for the Aztecs, still sitting as the last 4 team in the latest bracketology, trying to make their way to the NCAA tournament.
See, I've been making fun of this whole first 4 thing forever, and now the Aztecs are square in the first 4 sites. I mean, unless they win their conference tournament, they are probably don't they have like 1 foot out of the entire tournament right now?
Well, being a last 4 team in, yeah, I wouldn't feel super comfortable about that. I got a couple friends that are Aztec fans, like, oh, everything's fine, everything's great. If my program is in the last 4 in category, I'm not confident nor feeling great. Get yourself out of playing in Dayton, Ohio. But I will say this. Teams that usually win in Dayton usually win the first game. I mean, the 11 seeds do a lot of damage, especially the ones that are not from Power 5 conferences or Power 4 conference opponents. So, San Diego State may be playing Georgia in that game. They'll probably handle a mid-level, low-level SEC school in Georgia. And then who knows where they would go on to play. But best to stay out of that game as much as possible. Why make it harder for yourself? But you mentioned some great college basketball games tonight. Coming up in about 2 hours, Tennessee's at Kentucky. The 5th-ranked Tennessee Volunteers, 15th-ranked Kentucky Wildcats. Arizona's playing at K-State, who's on a heater right now. Maybe a trap game for Auburn tonight against Vanderbilt. Auburn and Alabama, 1 and 2 in the country, are playing on Saturday. Florida's at Mississippi State, 3:22. Purdue's at Michigan, 7th-ranked Purdue versus the 20th-ranked Michigan Wolverines. Iowa State at UCF should be a good one. Alabama's got a trap game at Texas. Georgia, Texas A&M. And then UConn's playing Creighton tonight. You got great college basketball.
I'm envious of your passion for college sports because you just named off literally every game that's happening tonight. It has anything to do with the end of the season. So good job there, Braden.
They're all great college basketball games. Big college fan in general.
Yeah,
we got college baseball starting up on Friday.
And you call the play-by-play for USD, don't you?
That is correct.
What is their outlook on the season?
They should be pretty good.
Like tournament good?
Yeah, they're expected to win the West Coast Conference. The first time they picked preseason number 1 in the WCC since Brock Ungrich took over, and they open up with my TCU Horned Frogs for a 4-game series this weekend. So
Who
a little torn there.
Yeah,
That's right. Everybody out there has already asked who are you rooting for in that game. I'm like, well, one of them pays my checks, and the other one I paid a ton of money to go to school there.
You have the almost the plausible deniability of, hey, it's my job. I'm
right.
going to call the game 100%. Right down the middle. It's my job. I have to.
Usually a neutral broadcaster, and you'll see me get excited for both teams in the neutral broadcast.
But you're on the USD broadcast. You don't favor USD?
The home games are technically on ESPN+. So the
Oh,
home games are
for
TV,
everyone.
and then when we go on the road, it's for USDToros.com. So.
All right, well, last thing before we get into the Padres, you won Disneyland tickets.
I did.
In Super Bowl squares.
I got the last of the Super Bowl
squares. What were your choices for prize?
Well, I got the first choice because I won the last square.
Oh, so you had everything on the board? You picked Disneyland tickets.
I mean, a 4-pack of Disneyland tickets is worth more than $110.
It's kind of like $1,000.
Yeah, exactly. And
that's a good point.
So last year, I won the fourth quarter. last year, and they went to overtime, which means I wasn't going to win the overtime one, which is an extra prize. Rob Zilla won overtime.
Okay.
And I was like, all right, well, maybe, Rob Zilla goes to Disneyland a lot. Maybe he'll take the Padre tickets. And he took the Disneyland tickets. And I was like, well, there goes that.
Yeah.
And I ended up taking the Padre tickets. It was the next best thing last year. And I'm like, I could go to the Padre game whenever I want.
Literally.
And Rob Zilla, I'm pretty sure, goes to Disneyland more than a couple times a year. I've seen him do it on social media. And I was like, we should have just switched. So this year,
you took it.
I won the fourth quarter again. No overtime. Didn't have to worry about that. And Rob Zilla won the third quarter. And so I got first pick, and I picked the 4-pack of Disneyland tickets. He had the second pick. He picked the Padre tickets. So
it worked out for you this year. Finally.
And I should have. I was close to winning like 3 of the quarters, but some catastrophic thing happened. And the one that was the worst was in the third quarter when Kansas City finally scored. I had Philly 4 and KC 7. And Kansas City decided to go for 2 for no reason.
Well, hey, they got to catch up somehow.
Yeah, 4 times 8 is 32, not 34. I mean, they were still.
You never know.
It was never going to happen.
You never know.
It was a waste. And so as soon as they lined up to go for 2, it's like I lost.
If there's one person who can bend mathematics, it's Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, this is going to be a 3-point play.
Yes,
a 3-point play like in basketball.
Actually, Goodell just called down. It's a 4-point play, everybody.
Well, with Kansas City, if they don't get it, they get the 1 point back that they were going to get on on the point after
and they
attempt.
get 6 timeouts for the rest of the half.
So they line up for 2, which means I lose that.
Yeah.
And then Kansas City scores again, and I have because at our company we did the reciprocal score too.
Okay, can you explain that?
So like if I had Philly 4, KC 7, right? I would also the person that had KC 4 and Philly 7 would also win.
Oh, I've never even heard of that. But Chris and I actually were reading the email during a break yesterday, and it kept saying reciprocal winner. We're like, what the heck is that?
That's the flip. Winner? So like if you had like I said, if you had KC 7 and Philly 4,
sense.
you also won. So but you got whatever the other person didn't pick. So they had the prizes. So there's like 4 different prizes. You either get a prize or a cash prize. And if you pick the prize, then the other person got the cash prize.
Adam was very on top of this. He sent about 17 emails during the Super Bowl updating everyone. And Braden ends up with the Disneyland
So
tickets.
I didn't. So the first 2-point conversion screwed me out of the whatever. And then the second one, I had the reciprocal of the score, which means I would have had at the mercy of the other pick. If Kansas City got the 2-point conversion or something, or didn't get the 2-point conversion, and they got it.
Oh.
So I lost out on that one. And then at the end, with like a minute, it was like under 2 minutes to go, I was like, well, if Kansas City gets the ball back and they get a 2-point conversion,
I'm good.
I do have KC 2, Philly 0.
And it was 40 to 16 at that. No, 14.
It was actually I needed them to not get the 2-point conversion, so they didn't. So they score. KC scores, and they had they made the last 2-point conversion, and I was dialed in. I was rubbing my hands, defensive stance. Philly, we need to stop right here. One stop, and we're going to Disneyland. Almost like I was a Philadelphia Eagles fan, which I wasn't. I did root for them.
Gambling does that to you.
But I was like, come on. One stop. I just need one stop. Let's get it done.
Who are you taking to Disneyland?
Happened. I don't know. I got 3 other spots.
Wow.
I got the tickets. I picked them up today. I got till June 15th to use them.
All right.
But now with Disneyland, you got to make a reservation or something like that. So I got to plan it out. And
my sister takes care of that now because my nieces come down, and the deal is she'll pay for my ticket if I also help her chaperone. My brother-in-law refuses to go to Disneyland. He hates it.
That seems like a fair trade.
So, yeah, she pays for the ticket. I'm the other rider. We have an even number of riders, so she deals with all that stuff. And she's really good at the app, and I know that there's different fast passes. Anyway.
Those are called lightning lanes.
The lightning lanes.
I don't think the mouse says it like that. But
oh, come on. The mouse needs to say it like that.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
All right. First segment, almost in the books. I'm not sure. What was that?
You.
I'm not sure if. Let's not start the Padres just yet. We'll get into that in the second segment. But I do want to get people's phone calls. And we want to hear from you 24 hours ahead of Padres spring training, how you're feeling, if you think the roster is going to be okay, if you're worried about the roster, if you want to trade someone, if you don't want to trade someone. Basically, If you have a rational thought, you can give us a call, 833-288-0973. I'm not in the business of, I remember taking this phone call. If you think that Jake Cronenworth is going to move to catcher, please don't call, because it's not going to happen. And so we're going to get into the Padres here in the next segment. But Jeff Passan wrote this article this morning, Braden. Juan Soto's deal was so big that if you combine every free agent dollar spent this winter by, wait for it, Cardinals, Brewers, Marlins, Padres, Rockies, Twins, Mariners, Cubs, White Sox, Pirates, Phillies, Reds, Nationals, Rays, Braves, Guardians, Red Sox, Astros, Tigers, Royals, A's, and Angels.
Did you just list every team in Major League Baseball?
Juan Soto made more than they've all spent in free agency this year.
I'm not surprised.
The Mets have spent over $1 billion in free agency. Like 75% of that is Juan Soto's contract. The Dodgers in the last 2 years have spent over $1 billion in free agency. All Jeff Passan's article told me this morning is that they want people to spend, but now we're spending billions of dollars and not hundreds of millions of dollars. And I don't understand how they think that a team is going to be able to keep up with two teams spending over $1 billion. It's ridiculous.
It is. We'll dive it. We can dive into that if you want.
All right. I'm going to put Juan on hold. Stay right there, Juan. Give us a call, 833-288-0973. We'll talk Padres. We'll get Braden's thoughts on Jason Hayward and his signing over the weekend, and also Connor Joe. So stick with us. We'll be back here shortly on 97.3 The Fan. right, settled in here now on Gwynn and Chris. Filling in for Gwynn and Chris today, Skraby and Soprenet and Skraby. And I was very happy earlier when I was making our graphics that I spelled your name right, Braden. It is Surprenant.
That is correct. First
You
R.
said that most people forget the R, the first R.
The first R, people forget it all the time, but it's there.
So you get Soprenet a lot?
Yeah.
Does it bother you?
No.
Okay, good.
It happens. It's
whenever
hard to
I'm
spell.
called
It's 10 letters.
Crabby, Crabby is a good one. I get a lot.
Okay, crabby.
I get crabby a lot. I am kind of crabby from time to time.
Crabby
Anyway,
from time to time.
yes. Anyway,
Jason Hayward finally signed.
I know.
Officially.
Oh, he did officially now.
Yeah, Padres put it out.
Okay, so
One-year
Padres. All
contract.
right, let's jump off on that. Connor Joe on Friday, then later on Friday, reports of Jason Hayward being signed, and now the left field platoon looks to be intact. Braden, we gave our thoughts yesterday. What are your thoughts on bringing in Jason Hayward and Connor Joe?
I don't mind it. I don't mind the moves. I mean, this is basically where you're at right now and where your money is right now. That's what was going to happen. That's kind of the player that you were going to get, is a player like Jason Hayward and a player like Connor Joe. And I don't mind taking a risk on a local guy, right, out of Poway High School. Went on to play at the University of San Diego. We've had a good track record with local players playing for the San Diego Padres. So, maybe you could take a chance on some of these guys. And, same with Jason Hayward. Jason Hayward hasn't played very well the last couple of years, but you do know what you're going to get out of Jason Hayward. You're going to get a solid defensive outfielder. You're going to get a guy that puts together big league at-bats, and you have a big league veteran that's going to be, either coming off the bench or maybe spot starting. And he's one of those players that have always had a good track record in the clubhouse, guys that are going to help out the younger players, especially in the outfield. I think it's worth bringing these players in. And when you have the budget that you currently have and you've spent a lot of your money already, these are the players that you have to hit on. And sometimes they work. David Peralta, Donovan Solano, and sometimes they don't. Robinson Cano,
Ooh, good point.
Nelson Cruz, Matt Carpenter.
Yeah.
Those are the risks that you have to take. And if you thought you were going to go out there and sign an Alex Bregman level player,
it's not going to happen. We knew that from the beginning, that they weren't going to be signing big money,
or even
anything.
players making $8 to $10 million.
Which is kind of frustrating for me that you see easily affordable players going off the board for $8 million.
That seem affordable. They're not
affordable
if you can't afford them.
I know that. It just it kind of drives me nuts a little bit. But like you said, though, with the Matt Carpenters, with the Nelson Cruzes, I've drank the Kool-Aid the last few years. Okay, these guys are good clubhouse guys. These guys are going to come in here. They're going to do some things. They're going to help this team. I fell for it. The banana in the tailpipe, as we say on this show. I fell for it twice, Braden. I don't know that I could fall for it again, and that's how maybe I'm so negative on the Jason Hayward thing.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, you look at his numbers and everything like that, and it seems a little deflating. I think with the way the Padres have spent money the last couple of years, it seems deflating when you don't have another big offseason. And it's almost like that's like when you're that's why when you start dating a girl, you don't want to go too fast on the expectations. You can't take her to a steakhouse the first night, because then she's going to expect something better the next time. And so far with the Padres last season, it was like Manny Machado and Xander Bogaerts and Tatis extension and all these trades. And then it's, well, this is what we can afford now, and where's the next big thing, right? So I can see why Padres fans are upset about that. But at the end of the day, they balanced out the roster. And my question to everybody else is, who else are you going to go put there when you're making deals for $1 million?
That is the big question, because you're not getting, you're not even getting, I was going to say Donovan Solano, but you're like $1 million limits you almost to guys like Jason Hayward or guys that are in AAA. I mean, yesterday we were calling them lottery tickets, Braden. That's what Jeff Sanders has characterized some of these guys, which is it's true. The lottery tickets paid off last year. I hate that there's a chance that they're going into this season hoping that lottery tickets hit again. And I don't know that there's another option.
It's not a sustainable solution. I mean, it will work every once in a while, and sometimes you win the lottery, and sometimes you don't. But
you know what, Braden? I win the
now,
lottery never compared to
somebody
winning
does.
the lottery.
Somebody wins it. But,
I know.
that's just kind of where they're at right now. So $1 million to Jason Hayward. Connor Joe gets $1 million with some incentives. Those are the risks that you're going to have to take, and maybe one of them works out, and you don't know. I mean, Jason Hayward didn't last on the Dodgers the entire season, ended up going to the Astros at some point in time. So it is what it is. I'm totally fine with those signings. I'd rather have a veteran guy there than maybe try a Tirso or Nellis out there. But
I'm with you
maybe you let Hayward and Connor Joe start the season, and give time for Tirso to play a little bit and see what you got. But the more players you could bring in, like a Gavin Sheets too, the more competition there is in spring training, and the guys that make this 26-man roster are going to play their way onto the team, which means they're going to be hitting their way onto the team, which should be good news for the Padres when they start the season.
Yeah, I know. I think I'm confusing a few people out there because usually I'm so positive about these things, but I don't know why this didn't strike me the right way. But if you want to give us a call and tell us your thoughts on the Padres, what you think is going to happen here in spring training, 833-288-0973. Let's go to our first caller today, Juan. Hello, Juan. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Pretty good.
Well, Juan.
You said you wanted to talk about the upcoming season. You're positive about it.
Yeah, for the most part, I think it's been said over and over, but I think it needs to be reiterated, which is the fact that we have a great core. I can't imagine a team with a healthy Tatis, Machado, a healthy Bogarts, and a Jackson Merrill could be terrible, or even really that mid. I could see them being maybe 5 to 10 games above 500.
And that's a success for you? 5 to 10 games above 500?
I mean, 10 games is competitive. That could be a postseason spot, but I mean,
yeah,
I would say
wins.
that's the low. I guess that's the lowest, and then our cap would probably be 15 to 20.
All right, Juan, thank you for the phone call. If they go 10 games above 500, that's a good year. I mean, that's 91 wins, right? Am I doing my math wrong? 10 games above 500 is 91? I'm pretty sure it is. I would take that. 86 wins? I don't know. I guess I can't determine that. Are they getting in the playoffs, Braden, with 86 wins?
Maybe. I mean, you just
That's
don't know
the thing.
how everybody
Maybe.
else is. You got to start comparing it to everybody else in Major League Baseball. For me, as long as you make the playoffs, it doesn't really matter what that win total is. When you start looking at win totals, you're thinking about trying to win a division. That's obviously, on the grand scheme of things, not necessarily need to be number one priority. I'm sure it'd be a nice goal for the Padres to reach. It's going to be very difficult for them with the state of the division. But at this point in time, the way everything stands in Major League Baseball, you got to just make the playoffs and take your chances in smaller series against some of these big teams, most notably the team in Los Angeles. And you know what? You got a good enough team as assembled with a lot of guys coming back that you have already paid good money to. A lot of players, especially the young ones, that can improve over and over again, that could make this team be able to beat some of those teams in a smaller series. So from that perspective, you should be excited for Padres baseball because they're better. They're better than most of the National League. I mean, they are better than most of the National League. And the thing is it's just not a guarantee. And I know where Padres fans are upset. They see the 24 straight innings of not scoring against a team that ended up going on to win the World Series, that is the division rival, and then spent an enormous amount of money during the offseason to improve upon their World Series caliber team. And when your team does not maybe make the moves that you think they should make in order to get in this arms race with the Dodgers, you feel disappointed before the season starts. But at the same time, you got to look at the roster and realize that you have a really potent lineup. You have a good pitching staff. You have a good bullpen. Are any of them elite? Probably not. Who's to say? I think they got to get a lot of contributions from the bottom half, and maybe some of these players are taking a risk on. But you look at the lineup that they have, and when you have these guys under contract for a long time, that's why you sign these guys to long-term contracts, because you know you're going to be in the conversation for a playoff spot. And in reality, all you got to do is make the playoffs, and then you can see where your luck falls.
All right, Juan, thank you for the phone call. Actually, Prolific said something on the chat about Juan's phone call that is important. And these guys haven't all been healthy the last couple of years. Manny Machado coming off the elbow injury, Fernando breaking his leg. Fernando said he's 100%. Manny said he's 100%. and it's really hard sometimes to remember that they have spent so much money because it's not shown to us often. It's not like each year we see how much money everybody's making. When you sign someone, it's right there in your face. So it's hard to, I guess, as a fan, not understand why the Padres aren't spending the $10 million. But this is what's in front of them. This is what they had to deal with this offseason. And AJ Preller, as we've said, he knows what he's doing. He'll figure it out. Last year, they went into the playoffs, or they ended the playoffs with 12 players that were on their roster, their playoff roster, that weren't on the 40-man going into spring training. So there's still time.
Well, they didn't even have a rise by the time they played their first game, and they traded for Cease before they flew to Korea.
And no one knew Jackson Merrill was going to be amazing.
No, didn't think that.
I'm not worried about Jackson Merrill, but I think that a lot of the season's success does fall on him being as good as he was last year. And I think that he can be, but I guess I'm worried about nothing at this point.
I mean, there's got to be some prizes on this team. I do like the fact that they're all healthy going into the season. That's always good. They're not all going to make it through the entire season being healthy. That's just almost impossible.
Yeah.
But, the fact that Machado's entering the season healthy, he wasn't last year. The fact that Tatis is entering the season healthy, he wasn't last year. He missed a significant amount of time.
I mean,
Luis Arraez.
Yu Darvish was gone all last year.
Yeah, Yu Darvish missed some time. I mean, Luis Arraez was hurt last year as well. I mean, these are all players that should be entering the season fully ready to go. And, I can't wait to watch Fernando play.
Me too.
At his age and all the development he's gone through. I mean, he's not even close to being in his prime yet.
Was he 25 or 6?
Yeah, he's 25.
25, yeah.
26. But he's got to continue to get better.
Tim says on the chat, can anyone explain to me why Tirso has seemed to be completely written off by everyone already? I would imagine left field should be his to lose at this point. I'm not writing off Tirso or Nellis. I just don't know enough about him. I don't think you can go into the season naming him the left fielder before spring training. He's going to have to prove himself in spring training. He's going to have to make sure that he wins that job. I don't think it's his to lose at all. Right now,
it's not his to lose.
It's Connor Joe's and Jason Hayward's to lose right now.
They're the veterans.
That's who they're bringing in. So, all right, more phone calls when we get back. Let me just put you on hold. Dawn and John, stay right there. More phone calls, more thoughts on the Padres going forward on 97.3 The Fan. Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest is your chance at the ultimate trip to Las Vegas. All you have to do is download the Odyssey app, log in, and listen to 97.3 The Fan for at least 1 hour to earn your daily entry into this national contest. The grand prize is travel and accommodations for a winner and 3 guests to Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premium sports viewing destination, where you can watch the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, plus $20,000 cash. So make sure you go to the Odyssey app and listen for at least an hour a day, and you'll be entered. Braden, you ever been to Circa Resort?
I have.
It's pretty awesome, I gotta say.
I've never stayed there, but
I
did the Circus Swim.
Okay,
one time.
how did you like Circa Swim?
was all
What
right.
part of the year were you in?
September.
Okay,
College
so that's a good
football
point.
Saturday.
Yeah, that's a good point for it.
Yeah, did a college football Saturday there. I would have preferred to be in the sports book over the Circus Swim, which is
Why?
the same
Because it was
thing.
like 105 degrees
well,
outside?
it's just like I'm not huge into. It's just rave music the whole time. It's
Yeah,
just,
that is true.
the whole time, and you're just like
When you stay
after like a couple hours, you're like, oh my god.
It closes at 11 p.m., but when we first checked in, Chris, they asked us who wants the music until 11 p.m., and Chris immediately goes, "Not me," and so he was down the hall. But I had a great view of that big TV.
Oh
It was
yeah, the
amazing.
Circus Swim was cool.
It was
It's a
amazing.
cool time for sports throughout the year. That obviously the NCAA tournament is probably the best time to be out there.
Yeah,
So,
you're gonna
good opportunity.
I mean, the sports book is overwhelming, to be honest. But we have a chance to we have a chance to win a qualification to Motley Crue later in the show, and we also have some SD Legion tickets to give away at some point during the show as well. So we were talking about the Padres, and Juan called in and said 10 games over 500 would be good enough for him. And the reason that my math is in question, the chat is letting me know that record math is not the same as real math, so you can't just take 81 and add 10. So 86 wins would be 10 games above 500. Thank you, chat, for letting me know. 86 wins would be, as you said, bubble playoffs. And I mean, going into spring trading, I think it's not unfair to think that they can win 86 games with the guys that they have right now.
This is why they tell you, Matt, to never do math on the radio for things like that.
Oh, I do it all the time, though.
You should probably never do that again.
Well, no, it's going to happen. I do math all the time, but I thought you
do it
could
off
just add
air,
10.
and then you can
I
calculate
thought you could
it.
just add 10.
Pull up an Excel spreadsheet and have it do
Okay.
it for you.
Let's go to John. Give us a call, 833-288-0973. Hello, John. How are you doing?
Great. I want to say highest respect for you guys for not jumping in and loving this trade and kind of calling it like it is.
Okay. What's on your mind?
What I believe in this season is, as you just pointed out, their over-under is 86.5 wins for the season. So since you have my real name, I advised somebody in a state where they can bet on the games and put $500 on under 86.5 for me.
Oh.
And I'm a Padres fan since 1980. I love this team. Terry Kennedy was my favorite. So
Why? Well, I mean,
that's kind of,
is it just because of the current roster that you think that they're going to go under 86? You don't think that they're going to have the right guys? What is it?
I think the vultures are coming out with the ownership, and now it's all about money. And I think our man's hands are going to be tied with what he can bring to the team this year.
All right, John, that's a fair comment. I mean, I think we all know that the lawsuit has put some unknown restrictions on things this offseason, but that is something that we can't change, and that is something that is not going to change. So that's the card that has been dealt to AJ Preller. Let's go to Don. Hello, Don.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good. What's up?
What's going on, Don?
I'd like to backtrack a little bit just to last season, if I may.
Okay.
You know, all the millions. I've been a ball fan since I was 5 years old in Detroit. I came out here in the Navy, 75, and just fell in love with the Padres. Tony Gwynn guy, 84 was an awesome year when we played the Tigers. I was rooting for the Padres. Unfortunately, it didn't go well, but, that's baseball. But last season, with the tens of millions of dollars that the Padres paid for our guys, Machado, Tatis, etc., where do you think we would be last season without Merrill? Without a relatively unknown guy that came through like a freaking rock star for the San Diego fans and for the Padres. I personally think if we didn't have that young boy in our lineup, we would have had an awful season, you know?
Yeah.
And it was a fluke. I just like to get your take on that.
Thank you for the phone call, Don. If they didn't have Jackson Merrill last year, they are not making the playoffs, and I don't think they're above 500. I mean, Jackson Merrill, there was a stretch in August, was it, Braden, where he was hitting walk-off home runs, game-tying home runs in the ninth inning or later. He had 25 home runs. He hit, I think, 292 or 288. Without Jackson Merrill, that team's not a playoff team last year.
No, that definitely not. I mean, he saved them. I think Jerickson Profar kind of saved them based on the roster construction, and that was the risk that they had to take last year. Again, we said it before. It's not a long-term sustainable solution to continually try to rely on, as you mentioned, lottery tickets, but those are the risks that you have to take when you are in the situation that you're currently in. And last year it worked out with Jackson Merrill really taking over and being a high contributing player for somebody that's not making a lot of money. Same thing with Jerickson Profar. I mean, $1 million for Jerickson Profar, and the guy has a career year. It makes the All-Star game. I mean, those two players in particular really helped carry that season for the Padres and put them in the position that they were put in. So when you make these moves with Connor Joe and Jason Hayward, that is the risk that you're that's the risk you are making. And as I've mentioned before, it's not always a guarantee that it's going to work. Donovan Solano, David Peralta worked out with the Jerickson Profar, with a Jackson Merrill. Years it hasn't worked, Matt Carpenter, Nelson Cruz, Robinson Cano. I mean, you can go down the list of some of the years where those moves did not work. So that's where the Padres are at. They have to get some contributions from some of those players and hope that somebody will rise to the occasion. I mean, we saw the Tirso Ornelas conversation in the chat. I mean, if he plays well and has earned a spot in left field and can give the Padres a lot of play in left field and get them some at-bats, everything that they need to succeed, then he's the unsung hero. There's got to be some of those guys that have to rise to the occasion and fill in the loose spots that the Stars can't, carry the team with. And we're going to see who those players are once spring training starts and once the season starts to get going.
I would have said, that Jerickson Profar was more of a lottery ticket than Jackson Merrill, I guess, because Jackson Merrill, yes, we didn't know what he was going to do, and we didn't know he was going to be that good. He was a high draft pick. I mean,
he had 40 at-bats above Double-A, and
that is true.
And he was playing a position he'd never played before at a professional level.
I take it back. He's a lottery
That's
ticket. I take it back.
A lottery
I take it back. You've convinced me. Lottery ticket. All right, give us a call if you want to talk Padres. 833-288-0973. Tell us about what you think about the roster, all that stuff. Jake in Lakeside. Hello, Jake.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Pretty
Doing
good.
well, Jake.
What's on your mind?
So, getting Connor Joe and Jason Hayward, you get what you pay for. It is what it is. Not going to complain. I would have rather see David Peralta just because he was on the team last year, built some sort of chemistry, see him in the dugout doing the freight train with all the guys and everything, having that home run against the Dodgers. But I mainly wanted to focus on pitching because it's not a secret that we need another starting pitcher. And mostly I've heard Nick Pivetta, I'm pretty sure his name is, guy from Boston.
Yep.
Is that his name?
Yep.
Yeah. So that would make, I believe, 5 starting right-handers, righties.
Mm-hmm.
What about, getting a lefty? Because as of right now, we have 4 righties. If we get Pivetta, which I don't see us getting Pivetta just because we give up that draft pick. So maybe, I don't know, take another gamble this year on Andrew Haney, maybe, a lefty guy, or flipping Suarez for some prospects and getting those prospects to trade for a lefty who's not a free agent. I don't know, something like
All right,
that.
no, Jake, that's awesome. You've thought that out, I have to say. And I don't think Nick Pivetta is on the Padres' radar just because he's a free agent and he's just going to cost too much money. I mean, that's the excuse for everything with that. But
Well, and as you mentioned, he's gonna cost you a
draft pick.
yeah, because he received a qualifying
Yes.
offer.
I those guys like the Andrew Haney, those are the guys that we're gonna see. I mean, how many times throughout the years have we seen the Padres bring in the Rich Hill, the Jake Arrieta, just trying to eat some innings? We're probably going to see some of those guys. They do need a lefty. Braden, what do you think about trading Robert Suarez? Because we've talked Dylan Cease, we've talked Michael King. I, at this point, don't want either of them to go anywhere because the rotation is going to be much worse without them. But Robert Suarez is the new hot topic.
I said trade him at the beginning of the offseason. I think that's the player that you definitely have to trade. He's going to cost you $10 million this year, and I think he is at his full potential of trade now. This is the highest it's ever going to be for Robert Suarez for a couple of reasons. One, he's going to opt out at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So if he pitches really well this year, he's going to be gone anyway. So you might as well get something out of him. I thought the way that he finished the season last year was a sign that he's obviously not a player that at his age is somebody that's going to continue to be at the level that he is at. He's 34 years old. I mean, he made the pros when he was 31. He had a great story. Had to pitch in Japan a little bit. He comes over to the United States, finally gets an opportunity with the Padres, throws straight gas over 100 miles an hour. Great to see with a closer, but he's basically just got a fastball. Trevor Hoffman was on the show with us during FanFest. Said he's really worked on that changeup, so hopefully that changeup's pretty good. But at this point, the areas that you can afford to trade to kind of save some money that you can get some help back, obviously you're going to get the most for a guy like Michael King or Dylan Cease. But when you're trying to get something back, eliminate some payroll, and still have a successful team in 2025, the answer is trading away Robert Suarez, because you have a guy like Jason Adam that could close games for you, and you have a good back end of your bullpen. And some of those starters and players that are competing for starting spots can be long relief guys in that bullpen. And when you get a closer like Robert Suarez, he's a luxury that teams always need at the trade deadline. So maybe if you can get him a little bit earlier, send him off a little bit earlier, you could get a little bit more back. Maybe it'd be more desperation at trade deadline time. But I'm totally on board with trading a player like Robert Suarez to try to help out. Now, you either get some farm pieces back that can help you in the near future. I think you'd have to get guys that are ready to just finally be ready to, that are ready to make this flip to Major League Baseball. Or, as Jake said, maybe you get a couple that you can package with some of the lower level players that you have in your farm system to go get a starting pitcher. I don't think you necessarily need a lefty per se. I mean, obviously it'd be nice to have some, but I think there's a lot of moves that you could be made with a guy like Robert Suarez. I wouldn't be opposed to trading a guy like Jake Cronenworth either. And it sounds like his name's out there a little bit in trades.
Is. And Xander Bogaerts, but I just don't think you could ever trade that contract.
You can't trade.
In my mind,
Bogaerts,
it's 0% chance that they trade that contract.
I'm sure they keep asking to see if anybody will bite, but I doubt anybody bites on the Bogaerts thing.
Yeah, they're going to have to pay some of that.
I think there's more of a chance to bite on Jake Cronenworth, and that frees you up money. I mean, he's getting $12 million a year all the way through 2030, and he's already 31 years old.
Prolific said Jake Cronenworth hit 133 in the postseason. I could make an argument that everyone didn't hit in the postseason after Game 2 against the Dodgers. I don't blame Jake for the postseason follies.
I don't think you can trade a player just based on his playoff performance.
No.
Guys
I think Jake,
Trent Grisham had a great divisional series.
And look what happened.
Right. So, but I will say, with Jake Cronenworth, I mean, he's a very streaky player. Very streaky player. When he's hot, he's very hot. When he's not, it is a struggle to watch him swing the shillelagh. So when you have a guy like him that's making $12 million a year, and you can't, and you're trying to save as much money as possible and try to bring the payroll down, if you could get somebody to take on his contract and take on Jake Cronenworth or Robert Suarez, to me, you do that. Try to facilitate some of your farm system. Try to get rid of some of the payroll off your roster. That's another player. He's a player that I think you can't afford to lose more so than a Dylan Cease or a Michael King, even though they're free agents at the end of the year.
Yeah, there's like, have you ever seen the movie Apollo 13?
Yes.
Okay, so you know the part where they're trying to figure out how to get the get the lunar module home, and they have only a certain amount of power.
Mm-hmm.
AJ Preller are the engineers, and the Padres are the Apollo 13 crew. AJ's trying to fit a round. What is it? What's the saying?
Square peg in a round hole.
Peg in a round hole. They're trying to cut enough power so that they can land. Like, he's working with. From the outside looking in, he's working with not a lot, and he's doing a pretty good job, I guess. But we'll see what happens. Spring training. I'm not going to panic until spring training is over. If opening day, there's still not a rotation, then we might panic a little bit, Braden.
I don't think it's really time to panic.
What about Quintana? I've seen Quintana's name, and Jose Quintana is a 36-year-old pitcher, starter, lefty. You go to Spot Track. His salary is projected at $8.3 million.
I mean, if they're not spending,
That's what I'm saying, Braden.
they're
not going to give him $8 million.
No, the players that you might be looking at are like the Cal Quantros of the world and everything like that. I mean, what you're going to get with the budget that you have is just not very great. I think honestly, you have better options on guys that are trying to make a rotation in this organization than you do with any type of free agents that you're just hoping they're just going to eat innings for you.
Yeah. Jacob is asking on the chat, who is the duct tape in my little scenario? Because duct tape was a big part of Apollo 13. The duct tape is Mike Schilt. Mike Schilt has to keep all this together, and Mike Schilt can keep all this together. I mean, they are going to be starting tomorrow. We're going to get Sammy Love reports tomorrow, so we're finally going to get to a point, Braden,
Pitchers and catchers,
where we don't have to just talk about things over and over and over again. We'll actually get some
they're going to be throwing
actual
bullpens.
stuff.
What else are you going to get out of that?
I don't know.
Like, you see how his bullpen looked?
What did you think of the Super Bowl?
The game or the broadcast?
Okay, both.
That was good. I mean, the game itself wasn't very good, but I'm not a big Chiefs fan, so it was fun to watch them get smoked. Defensive line for Philadelphia dominated the trenches. That's where you win in the National Football League. That's where you win in any level of football, is in the trenches. Offensive line, defensive line. Philly didn't even blitz one time against KC, and their D-line
as a football coach,
destroyed.
how crazy is that? To like know
crazy.
that they had a bunch of sacks without blitzing once.
If my D-line's better than your O-line, and I don't have to blitz, and I can have 7 guys, 8 guys drop, it's great.
Where has that O-line play been all year?
They haven't been very good all year. And they've
but
gotten
it
bailed
didn't
out by a
seem
lot
to
of
be
different
that
things.
big of a deal.
They finally got exposed for what their offensive line has been a problem for the entire season. And Mahomes was on his ass almost the entire game.
He was
in the Super Bowl, and that makes it difficult.
Did you see some people are making excuses that he threw a ball early in the game and he hit his head on the ground, and everybody says, or the Chiefs fans are saying that he may have had a concussion. That's why he played so bad.
That's not why he played bad.
No,
he played bad because he had no time to. He had no time to throw. His last level progressions he couldn't get to. That's usually the thing that saves him, and he made a lot of throws that he usually gets rewarded for.
Yeah.
That he didn't get rewarded for. He does make a lot of bad throws that he gets rewarded for on some bad decisions, and this time they didn't work.
Are they actually bad throws if he completes them more so?
Rolling out to your right and throwing across your body late in the middle of the field is always a bad idea, but it works out for him, and
every time.
Sunday it didn't because Cooper DeJean was there.
Cooper DeJean. I mean, can you imagine having you can't have a better birthday. You win the Super Bowl, you pick off Patrick Mahomes.
What a great way to start 22 years old.
Seriously.
What did you do? What were you doing at 22?
Drinking. That's what I was doing.
Not getting a pick in the Super Bowl for a touchdown?
No, I wasn't even close. I thought maybe I could play at Palomar, but that didn't work out either. All right, that is it for hour number 1. When we get back, we're going to go over some Daily Gambit. We still have a lot ahead. Brent Zableski at 3:40. Skraby and Soprano until 6 p.m. on 97.3 The Fan. we have a new name, Braden. The Skraden Show. The Skraby Braden Show. That's a little tough to say, honestly.
I don't know about that.
We're still going with Soprenet and Skraby. Skraby and Soprenet, whatever you feel like going first. You can name it that in your
Braden
head.
and Skraby's pretty easy to say.
Braden and Skraby. Skraby, yeah, Braden and Skraby. When we first started, Gwynn and Chris really wanted his. He's not going to ever admit this, but he really wanted his name to go first. I can just tell. And we're like, no, you can't do the Chris and Gwynn show because...
Sounds like Chris Gwynn.
Yeah, Tony's uncle. So that's
right.
when it went to Gwynn and Chris. And then, honestly, for some reason, our show got named The Gwynn and Chris Show.
Instead of Gwynn and Chris?
Yeah, but we changed that like 7 years ago, but I still get emails from people here asking about the Gwynn and Chris Show. And I get orders for the Gwynn and Chris Show.
You know, it's the Gwynn and Chris Show.
Just really.
The Annie and Elston makes no sense.
Wait, what? Why does that make no sense?
It's just Annie and Elston. Why would it be the Annie and Elston
Oh,
show?
oh, I see what you're saying. I was
the
like,
Gwynn and Chris.
I was like, her name is Annie and his name is Elston.
Gwynn and Chris.
Yes.
And Annie and Elston sound way better. And Ben and Woods. It's not the Ben and Woods show. It's Ben and Woods.
True. This is a good point. I never thought about it this way.
It's always a first name and a last name, too.
Also, in San Diego, I think it was the better idea to lead with Gwynn in the name as well, because it's very easy for people to recognize when they are looking through their radio.
You know, that's the only one where the last name comes first.
That is true. You're blowing my mind right
That's
now.
right.
Never even thought
Poking
about
holes
that.
through all the
the theories.
Names. That's right, yeah.
Kenley Jansen, he's agreed on a one-year deal worth $10 million with the Angels. $10 million. Exactly what the Padres pay Robert Suarez.
If the Angels had this roster in 2019, they might have won the World Series.
Wait, because of all the guys that they're bringing in, like after the fact that they've been good?
This is a great 2019 ball club right here for the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, Fullerton, Orange County.
Did you see
Dana
that
Point,
they've
San Clemente.
benched Anthony Rendon?
I mean, yeah.
How can you bench a guy making $20 million a year? Don't you just have to throw him out there?
$20 million a year. Skraby, he's making $38.5 million a year.
He's making 38?
38 for the next 2 seasons, 25 and 26.
Oh.
35 million towards the AAV, my guy.
Do you just
20 million?
Oh.
20 million sounds good.
Oh.
38.5. He is making more than Mike Trout the next 2 years.
All right.
By $1 million.
Well, don't get me started on Mike Trout. Guy's always hurt.
At least he wants to play.
I don't know that Anthony Rendon doesn't want to play, but
Yeah, I don't know if he does.
if you're the GM of the Angels, Perry Manassian,
Perry Manasian?
it's not. It's Manassian.
Yeah.
What do you do with Anthony Rendon? You just keep him on the bench, or you just let him go and cut your losses and pay the $38 million the next 2 years?
Basically, you're doing the same thing anyway. I guess maybe you can try to get something out of him. He hasn't had too many at bats the last couple of years, right? How many at bats did he have last year?
I don't know. I wasn't really looking at that, but he was hurt a lot of the year, and I think
he's
he
always
also
hurt.
got into a argument with a fan early
He's
in the
done
year.
that multiple times.
He had 206 at bats.
Yep.
He had 0 home runs last year.
206 at bats. He had 45 hits. He almost had every one of his hits almost cost $1 million. It's very close.
His contract year, 2019, when he won the World Series with the Nationals, he hit 319 that year, 34 homers, 126 RBIs. That's why when people ask, say, why didn't the Padres give Jurickson Profar 3 years, $42 million? It's very hard for people to repeat career years. And Anthony Rendon's making a lot more money than Jurickson Profar, but I was fine with the Braves taking on Jurickson Profar for that money. I didn't think that was a bad deal for the Padres.
Oh, like not bringing it back for the amount of money that
Yeah,
he
for
was
3 years, $42 million,
no.
they overpaid for him. And good for Jurickson for getting his money.
I think they slightly overpaid for Jurickson Profar, but if the Padres gave him that deal, I would have been a little
upset,
weary about that. I've been like, okay, well, I don't know if they can afford that particular deal. I don't know if I'd give that to a guy that just had his career year. I can't imagine him having too many better years than what he had last year.
Exactly.
And, where the Padres are at, they can't afford to just eat money on those things.
No,
So
no,
I'm not,
they already have a bunch of contracts that are going to be eating money here pretty soon.
and I'd love to have Jerickson Profar on the Padres, and good for him. He got the money that he needed and the money that he is deserved for what he did, but you cannot afford to pay players for what they have done. You have to pay them for what they're going to do. Otherwise, you're going to be like the Angels.
Like the Angels. All right. I think it's time for this.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo!
If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in The Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment here on Skraby and Braden, 97.3 The Fan, filling in for Gwynn and Chris. And right now on TV, I don't know what this channel is, but they're showing puppies, and I love them.
All Out
It was
Reality.
very
What channel
cute.
is this?
I don't know, but these two puppies were playing, and it was very cute.
Did you guys bet on the Puppy Bowl? Or?
No.
That was a part of the Daily Gambit for Friday?
No, I haven't watched the Puppy Bowl in years. I didn't have the heart to tell Chris because he really loves the Puppy Bowl. Didn't have the heart to tell him. You know, what I did watch one year was the Celebrity Deathmatch halftime show that they had years and years and years ago.
Sorry?
Do you even know Celebrity Deathmatch?
No, I don't.
Oh, my goodness. We have a generation gap right here on this particular subject. Just look it up. All right. First bet, Utah at the Lakers. The Lakers are 12-point favorites. Chris and I both said Lakers, and Lakers won by 19, 132-113. Luka made his debut. We'll talk about that in the next segment. Cleveland Cavaliers minus 9.5 against the T-Wolves. Both of us went with the T-Wolves, and both of us were wrong. The Cavs won 128-107. Anthony Edwards, over under 29.5 points last night. Chris and I went over. Anthony Edwards is on a heater. He had 44 points last night. And Wemby, who had more points, rebounds, and assists, Wemby or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Wemby had 31, 15 rebounds, and 4 assists for 50. SGA had 31, 1, and 2, so he only had 34. I win that bet. I said Wemby. Chris said SGA. Clemson minus 4.5 against North Carolina. Forgot to get the result of this.
I think
Clemson crushed them.
Blew them out.
Maybe even by 20 points or something.
North Carolina's not very good.
Top 25. Yes, 85-65 Clemson. So Chris loses that one as well.
You were all but one. What do you have me to make? 5? 4 for 5?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Still lose the parlay, but 4 for 5. All right.
That's a pretty good week for me, gotta say. All right, let's make some bets, Braden, on college basketball tonight. Tennessee at Kentucky. Tennessee, 2.5-point favorite in this game.
I'll take the Vols on the road. That's why I'm wearing the shirt that I'm wearing. Checkerboard Kentucky.
Does your brother still go there?
He graduated.
Oh.
But Tennessee has had a lot of success in the state of Kentucky.
Is that true?
That is true. So, and they lost earlier this year at down in Knoxville. I think they get the revenge. They go up there and get the W. They've been playing really good, playing really well. The fact that they are a favorite on the road is pretty remarkable anyway. And a very difficult SEC. I'll take the Vols minus 2.5.
Lamont Butler is back for the Wildcats. Plus 2.5 at home. I'm going to go against you. I'm going to go Kentucky.
That's not a bad bet either.
Kentucky always is interesting.
Matchup predictor, 53.7% for the Vols.
Those matchup predictors don't really do anything.
Look for Zakai Ziegler to have a good game.
Mark Ziegler's son?
No relation to Mark.
Okay. Duke at home, number 3 team in the country, minus 23.5 on the spread against Cal. So Cal has to fly all the way from Berkeley to Duke or Chapel Hill. No, not Chapel Hill. Where's Duke?
They're in Durham.
Durham. That's it. 23.5 points. I'll go first.
That game's tomorrow.
Oh, you're right. It is.
Do we have to pick that game still if it's tomorrow?
No, we're not. I didn't realize it said tomorrow. Good call. Alabama, second team in the country against Texas. Texas
Trap
is home.
game.
Alabama, 4-point favorites, Braden.
Trap game for Alabama. They got to go to the Moody Center and take on the Texas Longhorns. Even though they're 15-9 and 4-7 the SEC, still relatively around. Plus, is this the game that Alabama, as I mentioned before, trap game? They're thinking about playing Auburn on Saturday, number 1 versus number 2. Auburn, Alabama on the weekend. Is this a night where you get 2 upsets with Vanderbilt and Texas? I'll take the Longhorns plus 4.5 at home at the Moody Center.
Wow. You know what? I'm going to go with Texas, too. As much as I don't like to go with Texas, I'm going to go with Texas.
Still this always, but
all
I'll
right.
go with the Longhorns.
Horns down. Connecticut at Creighton. Creighton -4 on the spread. Now, the reason I put this in here is because Dan Hurley is the best coach to ever coach.
That's what he says.
Of all coaches. But he keeps losing. So
that's because he went to the Maui Invitational and he'll never go back.
Because why? Because he got
because they lost all 3 games. Never again. He says he'll never play in a 3-game MTE ever again.
Hey, guess what? Mr. Hurley, you can win those games and everything works out for you.
Lost by 5 already this year to Creighton at home. They're going to go to Nebraska this time to take on the Jays.
I'm going Creighton.
Creighton -3.5. I'll take Creighton too. UConn's just kind of hovering right now.
Yeah, they're not as good as we all remember them to be.
He's
the
the
last
best coach
years.
ever. Just ask him. You adding a game now since...
No.
Why not?
We're done.
You don't want to add a game?
No, I don't. Unless you want to add a game. I know you want to add the Auburn game.
What about Purdue, Michigan?
I saw that one. Okay, what's the spread?
2.5, Michigan.
And they're at home, right?
Yeah, the Chrysler Center, Ann Arbor, Michigan.
2.5 of Purdue.
Purdue's 7th best team in the country. Michigan's the 20th best team in the country.
You go first then.
It's hard to win conference basketball games on the road. I'm going to go with the Wolverines.
Wolverines. I'm going to go with Purdue.
Boilermakers.
Just because, I don't know. Zach Edey, the ghost of Zach Edey, will help them out somehow.
The ghost of Zach Edey.
Yeah, he's not at Purdue anymore. He's now with the Memphis Grizzlies. I saw him getting into it with Draymond a couple weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Draymond tried to welcome to the league, I guess.
And Zach Edey wasn't happening. All right, that's it for the Daily Gambit. When we get back, Luka Doncic made his debut. Also, the Mavericks owner made a comment about Luka that everybody is taking as a direct shot. I guess he didn't make it about Luka, but everybody's taking it as a direct shot at Luka. We'll tell you what he said when we get back on 97.3 The Fan.
From the
All right, I'm settling in here on Skraby and Soprano and Skraby, Scraden Show, 97.3 The Fan. Gwynn and Chris out for today. Chris is going to be back tomorrow. He's just traveling for Aztecs women's basketball. Tony is taking one last week off before the Padres spring training games begin. I think next Friday the games begin. So we are right there, everybody.
They do. Yeah, that's true.
We're like 6 weeks away from opening day. Baseball season is here, and I'm excited for it. We've been talking about the roster all day. We've been trying to figure out what they're going to do with Robert Suarez. We'll get back into that, but in this segment, well, first you had Jason Hayward, his contract details, right? There's some incentives in there.
Yeah, I saw John Heyman had it, and I think a lot of the local entities had it too, like Kevin Acey. But Heyman said $1 million for Hayward plus $50,000 each for 200 plate appearances, 250, 300, 350, 400. So he could make an extra $250,000. So it's the same, kind of the same as Connor Joe's in the sense of it's $1 million that could be up to 1.25.
It's kind of crazy we're talking about stuff this low, but we've already been over that. That seems like attainable stuff for him, and it looks like they think that he's going to be with them for the rest of the year.
Well, I mean, it gives him an incentive.
It's definitely
to play
an
well
incentive.
and get your at bats, so you're not getting cut in May.
That's
right?
true. Like I think Nelson Cruz was. We'll get back into the Padres in a little bit, but Luka Doncic made his debut last night for the Los Angeles Lakers, and he had a decent game. He had 14 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and we know that this has been crazy. I mean, him being traded has seemingly upset the entire Dallas Maverick fan base. It's kind of taken the NBA world by storm.
I got friends that are no longer Mavericks fans.
They have quit the Mavericks.
They're like, we're done.
Do you think they're going to come back in?
I don't.
You don't?
No, they're. I mean, I'd be like if the Padres traded Tatis.
Yeah, no, I get that.
I mean, it'd be a hellscape here. It would absolutely be a hellscape to see that.
Which it should be.
They've been angry about it the whole time, and then the piece that you got back got hurt in his first game, which was totally expected.
And he's out for a month. And he had 26 and like 16 or 18 rebounds at the time he got hurt. Anthony Davis, that is. But here's what I saw earlier today, and there's a conspiracy theory as to why Luka Doncic was traded to the Lakers, and it's the COO of the Las Vegas Sands Corporation, Patrick Dumont. He is the guy who is in charge of this, and they own the majority of the team after Mark Cuban sold it to them in 2023. But the conspiracy theory is he's trying to get fans so upset at the organization that they have no choice but to move it to Las Vegas, because he's a Sands Corporation guy, which is like Las Vegas money. That hasn't been proven, but he did throw shade at Luka in the Dallas Morning News. He basically said he wasn't there to work very hard, and here's what he said in the paper. In my mind, the way teams win is by focus, by having the right character, by having the right culture, having the right dedication to work as hard as possible to create a championship-winning outcome. And if you're not doing that, you're going to lose. If you look at the greats in the league, the people you and I grew up with, Jordan, Bird, Kobe, Shaq, they worked really hard every day with a singular focus to win, he said. And if you don't have that, it doesn't work. And if you don't have that, you shouldn't be a part of the Dallas Mavericks. That's who we want. I'm unwavering on this. This is the only way to be competitive and win. If you want to take a vacation, don't do it with us. Some people are celebrating this, Braden. Some people are crushing this. I personally think this is very stupid because you aren't the star of the team, sir. What Luka got you to the NBA Finals last year. He's one of the best scorers in the league. Maybe he does need to work a little bit harder, but you shouldn't be disparaging him in the paper as much as you have. The Dallas Mavericks have done a lot since Luka's left to kind of sully his name.
Yeah, I don't understand the point of this. I mean, he's obviously trying to save face right now for the move that his general manager made of sending Luka to the Lakers, which was idiotic. It doesn't make any sense to trade away a younger player that hasn't even gotten to his prime, is still learning how to play, still learning how to put things together. I mean, it's the same situation. If the Padres, after the off-field issues with Tatis and everything that he went with that year, just being like, you know what, we're just gonna give up on this guy and move on to the next thing because we only have winners here. It's just it's a bad look, in my opinion, on the owner. I think they're doubling down now on this. They obviously have to embrace that they made this decision, and it's not working out well for them in terms of public opinion in the Dallas area. And I just don't see this working out for the Mavericks. I mean, there's something to be said about organizations and how they're run and the way the players play for said organizations. I mean, Luka Doncic, at this point, I could see him totally shifting gears with the Los Angeles Lakers, being part of an organization that is
get that motivation.
Right.
Hey, you don't think I work hard enough here?
Exactly. Now you're giving him the motivation to just basically prove you wrong in an organization that has won and has always been a great organization. In the last couple of years, obviously, it has been very great for the Lakers, but there's something to be said about some of those teams that always get the best out of their players compared to other teams. And the fact that they are going down this path is very interesting. I don't think it's going to really work out for the Mavericks, and they continue to look bad like what they did last night in the game with the video board.
What happened with the video board? I missed that.
No, the people that said fire Nico on the video board got kicked out of the game.
Oh no, I saw that. We're gonna talk about that in the Big Five because yes, it's an interesting precedent you're setting when you're kicking people out for being critical of your team. But we'll talk about that in the Big Five.
It's funny they said he listed Shaq as part of the hard-working part.
The article goes on to say that Shaq at one point admitted he didn't work that hard and he weighed over 400 pounds during his third title
when he won his third and final NBA championship with the Lakers.
Yeah, I mean, Luka doesn't look like that, and there's plenty of NBA players that have come out and said, hey, you don't play 70 regular season games. You don't play a full playoff schedule. Get your team to the finals, game 7 of the finals or whatever it was. If you're not in shape.
It would have made more sense if Luka was 32 and Anthony Davis was 25.
Totally.
It would have made way more sense because
you're getting
young.
7 years of prime from Luka for a guy who's possibly past
he
his
still
prime.
has time to improve and refine his game and maybe, figure out, grow up. There's a time to grow up. It's still a young player. Averaging 28 points per game in his career, 8.7 rebounds a game, 8.3 assists per game. He's only 25 years old. To just say, this is the player he's always going to be at this age is asinine, especially with the way that, everybody develops at a different time in their life and different spots in their life where they learn how to grow up. And, Luka's going to do that now with the Lakers, and the Mavericks are going to look foolish, I think, for the next 10, 15 years.
Yeah, the Dallas Mavericks organization has a lot of pressure on it, but when you go play for the Lakers, there's a different type of standards that you have to live by. And Luka, I could totally see it, like you said, just getting mad that they are questioning his work ethic and just starting to work as hard as possible. But finally, Luka debuted for the Lakers, and I think some of this stuff will go away a little bit as he keeps playing. In the Big Five as well, we have like I said, the Nico. Why am I forgetting his last name right now? Nico Harrison thing. How they kick some fans out. We'll talk about that. Also, we will talk about the Mark Williams. That's what I'm trying to get to. The Mark Williams saga with the Hornets and the Lakers. We'll talk about that in the Big Five. But the Hornets aren't having it. They're pretty mad about this. So that's about an hour from right now.
Dalton Connect is the man.
Well, yeah, he's the man, but the Mark Williams, the Hornets tweeted, "We're so happy to have you back, Mark," after they shipped him out.
After their halftime guy
obliterated
him on air.
Oh, that
laziest
clip did go
performance
around.
I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was harsh. That
And
was
now
very
he's back.
harsh.
What's up, guys?
All right, Brent Sableski, Bleacher Report. He's going to talk about the NFL when we get back here on 97.3 The Fan. You're listening to Skraby and Braden, Scraden Show, filling in for Gwynn and Chris.
Ben and
man.
Oh, man. Sorry, chat. My bad.
Buc-ee's is the greatest thing ever.
I can't. Your
Brisket on
reaction
the
is hilarious.
board.
So Sam,
good.
it was right before Sammy Lev's show last week, and he jumps on. He's like, "It's the most amazing thing ever!" And so he told me
Texas
about
place.
beaver nuggets,
Those are good.
and I ordered them, and I have them, and so I'm gonna try the beaver nuggets on the show tomorrow night at least.
See,
So.
Chance knows ball.
Dateland is a little hole in the wall store off the I-8, and the only reason I stopped there now is because of Braden.
Yes,
Wow.
Dateland, date shakes, good
Can
time.
you believe that? You should
That's
tell
from
them.
That's from my mom stopping there all the time when she went to the University of Arizona for college, driving back and forth. And then when I went to U of A, that's where we stopped. And then when I didn't go to U of A and was driving to Texas, I always had to stop in Dateland. Always has. But Buc-ee's, if I drive through if there's a Buc-ee's nearby, I'm stopping at it. I've been to one year.
Look how excited he is about this.
It's
everyone.
great. It's a great place. It's like a Home Goods mixed with like a Costco and a gas station.
How big is this place?
Massive. It's a massive gas station. They got the cleanest bathrooms. They got like the prices are very cheap. It's a Texas place, and they're like all over the South now. In fact, I've been to the one in between Knoxville and Nashville at least 3 times on the drives from Nashville to Knoxville. I went to one in Indiana after my brother graduated. We were driving through. We were doing a trip up to through Kentucky. Maybe it was Kentucky that we stopped at that Buc-ee's, but it's good. They got good food. Like they have like pre-made like barbecue stuff. They smoke other fresh barbecue there.
I
My
had
mouth
no
is
idea.
watering just thinking about it.
I could tell. I could tell.
They got like burritos that you would be like, oh, no way, I'd eat that. It was pretty good. Some ground beef burritos.
I would have brought this up with more time because I didn't realize that Braden had so much to say about Buc-ee's, and it wasn't even.
Well,
it was just a throwaway comment, and then
The first time I ever went to Buc-ee's was when we were traveling with TCU football. We played on Black Friday, so we had to travel on Thanksgiving, and so like nothing was open. And we drove from Fort Worth to Austin, which is 3 hours about, and halfway through in Temple, Texas, they have a Buc-ee's, and since nothing was going to be open,
you guys
all
piled in.
5 buses with the TCU football team stopped off at Buc-ee's and like took over the whole place to get as much food as possible.
Those poor people.
It was great.
Yeah, great. For you, not those people. All right, we're gonna hit traffic.
It was on Thanksgiving.
All right, we're gonna hit some traffic, and then on the other side, Brent Sobleski, and then we're gonna have to get back into more Buc-ee's later.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Well, guys, pick a freeway. You're going to find problems on just about all of them this afternoon. We've got a traffic alert, South 125, Jackknife Big Rig past Lemon. 2 left lanes are blocked. Also, a van is facing the wrong way. Westbound King Freeway at the South 15 connector ramp. I don't think it's raining out there. Eastbound King Freeway before Federal. Get reports of a couple people starting a fire over to the right shoulder. Southbound 15 at the South 805, 2-vehicle accident. Also, South 163 Friars Road off-ramp, a collision. Going to find a crash on northbound 805 at the 163. Big rig involved. Now, it's in the center divide. Looks like there's a car over to the right shoulder. East on the 78 at Rancho Santa Fe. Motorcycle accident. 2 left lanes blocked up ahead. East 78 past Nordall Road. An accident has just cleared out of lanes. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, 2024-25 football season in the books for the NFL, and Brent Sobleski has joined us here on 97.3 The Fan. And Brent, it's a sad day because I remember as a kid, I used to hate the day after the Super Bowl, knowing that I wasn't going to be back for a long time. But we get so much news now. The NFL's never really gone. We'll get into the draft stuff in a second, but what was your overall thought about what happened at the Super Bowl?
First of all, you're absolutely right. I get a lot of people, and I've covered the NFL for Bleach Report now for almost 12 years solely, and they're like, what do you do in the off-season? What off-season?
Yeah,
it doesn't exist, folks.
Especially for you, you're a draft guy, so it doesn't exist.
Absolutely. So this is peak period for me. But when it comes to the NFL, or when it comes to the Super Bowl, I wasn't surprised, to be honest with you. In fact, in our projections leading into it, each of the NFL writers are asked, who's your pick and why would you do it? So I felt the Eagles had exactly what it took to to establish a big lead against the Kansas City Chiefs, which would have been needed based on how they continually play late in contests. Now, did I expect an actual blowout? Absolutely not. But when you look at the way the Eagles are built, they're doing it the right way. You know, they have their quarterback at Jalen Hurts. Yes, they invested heavily in Saquon Barkley, but guess what? They're a team that doesn't devalue the position because they have the best offensive line in football. They're big. They're physical. They win at the point of attack. And then conversely, they do that with their defensive line because why? They draft defensive linemen high almost every single year in the process. So they're one of those teams that were built to take out the Chiefs, and they showed exactly how to do so. And it was really reminiscent of when the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did almost exactly the same thing to Patrick Mahomes when those two teams played a few years back.
Brett, watching the Super Bowl, obviously, I mean, I as a high school football coach, I was locked in more in the trenches than anything else. But that was obviously the big factor of that particular game. But you know, you got to talk a little bit about the way that Jalen Hurts played too. I mean, he didn't necessarily have to make too many throws, but when he did make said throws. And the other thing was, he found a good way to find holes and gap integrity for Kansas City's defensive line and sneak out and use his legs a little bit. In terms of just overall play, I know he won the MVP, but Jalen Hurts did probably the best job you would expect him to do in that Super Bowl.
Absolutely. And, you know, what was the stat during the game? He had the most rushing yards by a quarterback in a Super Bowl, so it shows you the way the game has evolved, right? We look at Patrick Mahomes, we look at Lamar Jackson, we look at Josh Allen, and it's now more about what you can do outside of structure more than what you do within. And every NFL quarterback should be able to operate at least semi-efficiently within the structure of a scheme. Now, what's what you do beyond that? And what I found fascinating about Jalen Hurts is he didn't have to do much as a thrower in that game. Yes, he made some deep downfield throws, but those were well schemed to get their receivers in a position to win, and they did. And he delivered the ball as he should have. I mean, you could even argue that Devontae Smith touchdown, for example, was slightly underthrown. But that's nitpicking, right? That's nitpicking on what when you evaluate and when you look at the position overall. I think he did exactly what you wanted him to do. I won't go as far as saying a game manager, but to me, that's not a negative, right?
Right.
You're supposed to complete the passes that are designed for you to complete in the offense. That's what you're supposed to do as a quarterback. And then when you add in that extra factor of mobility that Jalen Hurts provides, it just makes it so hard to defend, specifically with the way the Kansas City Chiefs are really selling out to stop the run. Yes, Saquon still had, almost 30 carries, but he was held down throughout that entire game and only had like one run over 10 yards. So they really geared up and pinned their ears back to stop the run and allowed Jalen Hurts to do what he did, giving them opportunities, and he took advantage of them.
Talking to Brent Sobleski of Bleacher Report here on 97.3 The Fan, and the Super Bowl is in the books. We can now move forward, and I'm going to be self-serving here and ask you a 49ers question because
Okay.
it was reported over the weekend that the 49ers are allowing Deebo Samuel to make to find a team to be traded to. I personally, as a 49ers fan, think this is okay as long as the return is okay. What do you think his trade value is? Because the last couple years, he hasn't been the Deebo that we saw in, say, 2019, and he's got a lot of miles now.
Yeah, exactly, and a big contract to go along with it, right?
And a big contract, yes.
We're talking about someone that's 29, so you get 1 year under the dreaded 30-year-old plateau, and a player that has that deal, and he has certain expectations on how to be utilized. Now, he doesn't necessarily want to be that hybrid that really made him a superstar in the NFL with the way Kyle Shanahan initially used him, but still, at the same time, that's part of his skill set. You don't need it to be the primary function within a scheme, but you do need him to add those elements, specifically when you have a heavy RPOs in the league as they are now, and his ability to create after the catch. These are things that he can truly excel. So if you're a team, and I'm just throwing it out there, this is no inside information, but it would make sense to me, someone like the Washington Commanders, right?
Ooh.
You got a legitimate X receiver in Terry McLaurin who needs help. So why don't you bring in someone who has a differing skill set, which I always hearken back to something I heard Brian Billick say when he was head coach of Baltimore Ravens, build a wide receiver core like a basketball team, meaning everyone should have a different skill set so you can utilize them in the passing game differently to exploit mismatches. So I think a marriage like that would make sense. To your point about value, that's where it gets shaky. Because this isn't exactly Myles Garrett here, right? Myles Garrett's going to demand minimum first-round pick plus more. Debo, I would expect you're looking more like the deals we saw that came with Amari Cooper, not this last one with the Cleveland Browns, not when the Dallas Cowboys, that team down there mismanaged everything as they typically do. Yeah, exactly. Gave them away. I'm not poking anyone when I say that that's on air at the moment. Not at all.
No Cowboys fans in the room right now at all.
That's right.
But that's kind of what I expect. That's the market that I expect for Debo and the type of team that should kind of look at his way to acquire him from San Francisco.
Brent, talking about some of the teams now that just missed out on the Super Bowl that, came up a little bit short that were expected to be in the running. And we're talking about, the Bills and the Ravens, obviously the Chiefs that came up short. Washington made a little bit of a run there in the NFC, Detroit Lions. What do all these teams have to do? And I know obviously a lot of them are very specific as now we get ready for the next season to start with all of the draft combines and getting ready for the NFL draft. What is the main asset that a lot of these teams need to do in order to catch up with the Philadelphia Eagles that now sit atop of the NFL totem pole?
We'll figure out how much it costs to get Myles Garrett away from the Cleveland Browns. That's step number one. Because, let's be honest, gentlemen, we're talking about the best pure defensive player in the NFL that could significantly help the Buffalo Bills, the Washington Commanders, the Detroit Lions, all those teams you just mentioned. He is a difference maker. He is still in his prime. He is someone that is a legitimate NFL Defensive Player of the Year candidate and or winner every single year. So, to me, that's the number one thing that has to fall when the dominoes go this offseason. Now, keep in mind, in March 5th, he's due a $5 million roster bonus. So we'll see if he, A, defers to give them more time to strike a deal, or if Cleveland wants to even pay it at all and try to move him before that point. Now, it's difficult because of their dead cap space and what the contract he's currently under at the moment, but I think that's the biggest thing that we have to determine with who's going to really shift the balance of power in the NFL as it currently stands. Beyond that, it really comes down to who drafts the best, and I know that's cliche, and I know that's a bit on the nose for me stating that, but let's not forget, the Washington Commanders were the joke of the NFL up until a few months ago, right? And the main reason why they're different is Jaden Daniels. Yes, Dan Quinn did an amazing job. Yes, Cliff Kingsbury made that offense and built it around Jaden Daniels, but it was Daniels who became the difference maker. So if you get someone like that who emerges, I'm not necessarily saying that quarterback's in his class, but if someone like that emerges, then it shifts that balance as well. So I think those are the two major steps that we'll be looking for all offseason, really, to see how the 2025 season is going to develop as we go along.
Talking to Brent Zableski, Bleacher Report about the NFL, and got a couple minutes left, Brent. I just have a quick question. It's a local question. Matthew Stafford is rumored to be on the trade block. I don't think the Rams should trade him, but Malik Neighbors really wants Matthew Stafford in a Giants uniform. Do you think that the Rams let him go this offseason?
I don't believe so. I think it's a team that can still compete at a relatively high level. The one thing I like about the Rams is they are so undervalued as an organization by how they place talent around someone like Stafford, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can talk about Jared Verse, their first round draft pick in 7 years, and he's defensive rookie of the year. You have Braden Fisk, right? You have guys where they've consistently added quality contributors beyond the first and even second rounds, and that just shows me that if you're Matthew Stafford and your number one goal is to continue to compete, that's a team that's going to put talent around you. That's a team that's going to have great coaching. That's a team that is always in the mix. Do they have their issues? Yeah, and a lot of them tends to be injury related. Let's be honest, right?
Yep. With
Cooper Kupp or Puka Nakua or Lark Jackson or your guards going out the season. I mean, those are all issues. And I know Matthew wants to stay upright and healthy for the last year or two of his career, however long he decides to go. But to me, it doesn't make sense to go anywhere than where you are currently, because I think it gives you the best opportunity for him personally to lead his team and be successful, to at least compete at the highest level he still can at this point in his career.
I do agree with that. All right, Brent, thank you so much for joining us here. We're going to catch up with you as the draft gets closer. I know I texted you. I was going to ask you about Shedeur and Cam Ward, but like you said on the text, it's going to be the number one question asked here to you for the next couple months. So I'll spare you today.
Well, I will say this. This will wet your whistle now.
Okay.
So next time when we discuss it.
Okay.
Currently, the Bleach Report scouting department has one quarterback rated in the top 10. One.
Oh, okay.
Can you guess which one it is?
Cam Ward?
Correct. Ding, 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 ding.
All right. I guess I could be labeled as a Shedeur hater. I'm not a Shedeur hater. I just don't see this number one pick that everybody sees. Anyway, that's a conversation for another day, Brent. Thank you so much.
Well, here, let me make. You got me going now. Let me throw this at you real quick. Here's the comparison based off what we were just saying.
Okay.
If you look at Cam Ward and the way he plays the game, he's closer to Matthew Stafford, whereas Shedeur is closer to Jared Goff. That's the way the style that they play.
Okay.
So that's the way you should look at them when it comes to this year's draft class.
That's a good point. See, you did more than wet my whistle, Brent. So thank you very much. I won't
whistle is wet.
I won't save that clip ever. All right, Brent. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. You have a good one.
Thank you.
Too. That was Brent Sobleski of Bleacher Report talking about the NFL. He was supposed to come on yesterday. Poor guy had his car break down, so we had to move it to today. No big deal. We're coming up on the end of the hour, and I know that we do Chris versus the fans, so we're not actually going to do Chris versus the fans today, but we will have some sort of way for you to win your qualification to Las Vegas. Also, a pair of tickets to the San Diego Legion home opener at Torero Stadium this Sunday. So stick around, find out how you can win those. More Soprano and Skraby on 97.3 The Fan. Gwynn and Chris. Matt Skraby, Braden Soprennant, filling in for Tony and Chris. Chris will be back tomorrow. Tony is out the rest of the week on vacation, getting ready for Padres spring training to start. Starts tomorrow. Pitchers and catchers report tomorrow. Then next week, all the other players report. And then games start next Friday. They will be playing. Oh, there's no spring training on that schedule.
Nope, I didn't print out the spring training schedule. I can look it up for you.
I think they're playing probably the Mariners, I would assume.
Yeah, they usually play the Mariners the first time.
Yes, they do. It doesn't really matter, to be honest.
First game's Friday, February 21st, 12:10 start.
Against?
Seattle.
There you go. 12:10 start. I wonder if we have that on the air.
I don't know. We haven't announced our times yet.
Okay. Well, we'll stick with
And then
that.
the Padres got the A's on Saturday of that Saturday, and then they got the Dodgers on that Sunday.
It's not the A's. They're the Athletics.
No, they're the A's or the Athletics. They're just not the Sacramento A's or the
Don't
Oakland
even get me started with John Fisher being
Athletics.
put on the executive committee. Which is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Baseball doing baseball things.
Yep, very true. This is why when people say Rob Manfred doesn't get it, this is why people say Rob Manfred doesn't get it.
Super Tuesday started. College basketball.
All right, well, we're going to let these games percolate a little bit, and then we'll get into talking about all of them in the next segment. This segment's going to be kind of a mashup, and I think, you know what, we're going to do a Daily Gripe at the end, so I have a really, really good one.
You don't want to start with the Daily Gripe?
No. We'll go into the Daily Gripe, because Daily Gripe will end up taking the rest of the show if we start it right now.
That's how big of the gripe it is?
I mean, the gripes compound as we go. One gripe leads to a new gripe, leads to the next gripe. But the one thing I wanted to talk about right here is the Genesis Invitationals here this week, Thursday through Sunday. Tiger Woods pulled out. He's not going to be playing in the tournament anymore. But how bad has the weather been for the two PGA Tour tournaments that have come to town? It barely a cloud in the sky for like 5 months leading up to this. In the last couple weeks, San Diego's got all this rain. There's supposed to be heavy rain in the next couple days.
They haven't had too much rain we've had.
But like, it's the worst timing for it.
Fog. Didn't have a fog deal.
No, they had a wind deal.
Oh, wind. Yeah.
Because the ball.
I didn't think
stay
the
put.
weather for the farmers wasn't too bad.
No, but they had to stop it because of the wind. They had to start. I don't know if they had to start late. Anyway, I wish the weather was a million times better.
Would cooperate. It is.
Than it was.
February.
Are you gonna go out there?
No, I got USD TCU baseball this weekend. Otherwise, I'd go.
And this is on Saturday?
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Oh, wow.
It is President's Day weekend.
Do we have Monday off?
Yes.
Okay, I don't remember
we
us
do have
ever
Monday
having
off.
Monday off, but
We've
I guess we
always
do.
had that Monday off.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I am not good at math, and I'm not good at remembering which days we have off. So apparently I have something I need to do Monday now.
Yeah, they're going to have some serious rain issues. Tournament's supposed to start on Thursday, correct?
Tomorrow. Or no, yeah, Thursday. Today's
Thursday.
Tuesday.
It's not a Wednesday deal like they do with the farmers. So
No.
Thursday is when the tournament will start, and it's like 90% chance of rain.
Great!
Which means 90% of the area will get rain.
Yeah, do you know that, I mean, this tournament's a PGA Tour signature, which means smaller fields, more money in the purse. And Torrey is going to eat these guys alive if it starts raining. It's just impossible to play that golf course. We've played it, Braden, in good conditions, and it's impossible to play the golf course.
Yeah, the rough is
crazy.
super rough.
It's super rough.
It's rough. The rough
The
is
rough
rough.
is so rough.
The one time we played, I got a bag of 50 used Amazon golf balls.
That's a good call.
Because if it got in the rough, it's over. I'm not getting that ball.
Have you ever golfed with Chris before?
I can't say I have.
He is totally the guy who says that he's terrible, and he's not at all. He's actually one of the, and I don't want to say it because I'm calling him old, but he's like kind of got old guy golf where he just hits it down the middle 200, and then
That's definitely old guy golf.
That
That's
is
like
old guy
something my
golf.
grandfather does.
Yeah.
Doesn't hit it very far anymore, but it's going to go straight.
Chris is decent at golf. Decent. I'll tell you how you can win some of those prizes here in just a second, but I think we need to do this today.
What's annoying Skraby today? Let's find out. It's time for the Daily Gripe.
All right, usually this comes in the Skraby Show, but I don't have a Skraby
No
Show
Skraby Show
today.
today. This is not. This counts.
This counts as a Skraby Show. Braden, if you have any gripes, please
I got to hear this.
let
I got to
me
be
know.
a part of this.
First, if you love Mediterranean food, try Spiro's for authentic Mediterranean cuisine in Coronado or La Jolla. For dining or takeout options, visit spiroscuisine.com. All right, here's my daily gripe for today, and I'm pulling it out of my backpack.
What is he
because
doing? He's got props.
On December
He's got receipts.
24th, Christmas Eve, I went over a bridge in the Bay Area.
You flashed it, so what is it?
I don't want my license plate out
Okay,
there.
you could have just.
It's a fast track toll invoice.
Oh yeah.
And so when you go through, you don't have to pay cash anymore. They make you pay it online.
They make you pay online.
And so I did this.
I have a similar story to this already. Ready to go.
Richmond San Rafael Bridge on December 24th charged me $7.
Okay.
Here's the problem, and here's the gripe. I have tried to pay this at least 5 times, and every time I try and pay it, I get an error. It will not process my payment.
Mm-hmm.
And I have tried different cards. I have tried Venmo.
Mm-hmm.
I have tried it all to pay this stupid $7.
Yep.
And guess what? The due date was February 5th. Tried again last night. I was like, I'll even pay the late fee just to get this off of my chest. Didn't work last night.
That happened
So you
to
know
me.
what?
I refuse to take toll roads now. I won't do it because it's a scam. The whole thing it's a California scam that they're running, and I'm talking about the 73 that I took last year twice. I took it last year twice. And the first time I took it, again, it says you have 5 days to pay the regular toll.
Yep.
And so I tried to pay that same day. License plate doesn't exist. Okay? Maybe it hasn't processed yet. 3 days later, tried to play. License plate doesn't exist. I try it every day for a week and a half. License plate doesn't exist. So then I get a bill in the mail. You forgot to pay your toll.
No, I did not.
And I was like, no, that's BS. I tried to do it about 1,500 freaking times, and you said my license plate didn't exist. So I look at the sheet, the toll road sheet, and I'm like, okay, let me make sure that I put the license plate in correctly, and I did. And it said, no, you didn't pay, but if you pay the $7 now, we won't charge you a fine. I'm like, okay, cool. Maybe that's just what they do now. I take it again later in the year, and I'm like, well, maybe it was just like a weird typo or something whatever.
Yeah.
I take it again later in the year. I've already gotten the warning of not paying it, even though I tried to do it 1,500 freaking times.
Pretty soon they're going to send the FBI to get you.
They sent me a ticket for like $200 for taking the toll and not paying for the toll road after I did the exact same thing I did last time, where I went in and I did for 5 straight freaking days to pay my toll fee for the 73, and every time they said your license plate doesn't exist. I get the bill in the mail from whatever the Aliso Niguel area that has the toll road.
Oh,
and they
Aliso
said,
Viejo.
Yeah, Aliso Viejo.
I know exactly what you're talking
And
about.
they're like, and then the thing says, no, you didn't pay it, and here's your fine because you did it a second time. And I'm like, the hell with this. And I've heard from people that call, they go, sorry, that's what you still owe. I'm not taking it. It's a waste.
We're
and I
not gonna take it.
And here's the thing, it's not worth it for me. I don't take enough. It's basically a scam to get you to buy Fast Track for your car. I don't take enough of it to worth paying for it on reloading the Fast Pass, basically.
I know.
And I thought it's a joke. It's a total joke. It's a scam.
See, the Daily Gripe sets you free. The Daily Gripe. If you've never heard the Skraby Show, this is what I do at the end of every show: is I gripe. Some days I have good gripes. Some days I have terrible gripes. But
and you know where I don't have to do it? Down in the South Bay on the 125. I could scan my card as I get off the freeway. Not this whole pay online BS because they don't want to pay for somebody to be in the little toll box. You don't even need that. Just put a little gate at the thing, scan your card, and let's go.
I'm with you because I don't want because when I went
73,
through it,
never again.
I went through it and I was like, okay, I'll just check in a couple days. I did, but I'm going to call. And if
I would call him bitch. Absolutely.
Well, that doesn't get you anywhere. I had a friend who worked in customer service and said if you're relatively
same thing happened to me on the 73. The 73 is a scam. I think it's a gigantic money scam.
I love how
conspiracy.
It's
a scam.
This and Bucky's gets Braden excited about
getting ripped off
or
the
having
joy
fun.
of brisket on the board. Yeah, absolutely. Scam.
You know, Katrina had a good point. She said, "Is there a 0 or an O in your license plate?"
There's not one.
Not one in mine either. My invoice number has a 0, but it wouldn't pull up. So I'm gonna give a call to the because I have to pay an extra $5 because I'm late, even though I've tried to pay many
California,
times.
man. It's California doing dumb California things.
Oh,
Don't get me
everybody's
started.
saying 73. is
Yeah,
a
it's
scam.
gotten a lot of people because it's BS and they can't pay it. And I'm sure they don't want to fix it because they're probably raking in the cash on all the money.
You know,
because
for every person out there that gets these tickets, there's probably like 9 out of 10 just pay the late fee just to be done with it instead of fighting.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, we're not gonna. But then you don't win anyway if you fight it. Stupid scam.
Steven says, I got one of those from the Bay Area. Thing is, I haven't been there in 15 years, and the car was not the same model. I called them, they took care of it. Unfortunately, I can't claim that my car was stolen.
Well, then the
because
other
it
thing,
wasn't.
too, is like they got the scam right now where you're getting the texts, and they're like, oh, you didn't pay your Fast Tracks thing. And it's like, well, I didn't take any toll roads, so that's a delete.
Let me tell you about this little scam. You probably get them sometimes, too. But I get these texts that just say, hey, are we still on for dinner?
I don't get those.
And I'll be like,
delete.
Hey, this number doesn't come up on my phone. I don't have a text history with this person.
So
I looked into it. If you do respond, someone is going to text you back and they're going to try and somehow work their way into a scam. They're going to be like,
I didn't get the
"Oh,
time
I
of day.
can't believe I texted the wrong person. Hey, you seem pretty cool. Can
Instant
we still
delete.
go out? Can we
Instant
still go
delete.
out?"
Instant delete.
Yeah, I agree with you. So that was a nice daily gripe for today. We'll have another one tomorrow night.
I'm glad
on
I'm not the
Skraby
only
Show.
one that has been the victim of the 73.
Cole,
no wonder there's nobody
Cole
on there.
speaking my language. That's how our politicians make their cake. Hey, Kathy, I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. Just set up a Fast Track account linked to a credit card. You don't need to have a transponder. Ooh, that's a good idea.
I don't take it enough to like take the time to do all that stuff. I don't. It's just like a couple times.
I do drive to the Bay Area and go through those bridges. Anyway, all right. That is it. And I guess right now, be the first caller to 833-288-0973 and tell me how much I owed for the bridge toll. If you're the first caller that knows how much I owed, you will be able to qualify to go see Motley Crue at Dolby Live at Park MGM March 28th through April 19th. You'll be qualified for a chance to win the trip. You also get 2 tickets to the show, plus a hotel stay at Park MGM. You can go online, get tickets for this, Ticketmaster.com. You will also win a pair of tickets to the San Diego Legion home opener at Torero Stadium this Sunday. Get tickets now at sdlegion.com/tickets.
There'll be a lot of events at USD this weekend.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, when we get back, Braden is going to go ham on all of the college basketball that's happening right now. Kentucky leads Tennessee 6-5 with 15:30 left to go. Florida leaves Mississippi State 10-5 with 15:30 left to go in the first half.
They
so
just started. You could just say they just started.
With 15:20 left to go in the first half. We'll jump into that when we get back on 97.3 The Fan. right. College basketball games underway. We found our winner to the question and to those San Diego Legion tickets plus the qualification to Motley Crue in Las Vegas. The question was, how much was my bridge toll? The answer was $7.
Wow.
Braden would not stop in the break telling me about the scam, and I was just telling him, I know it's a scam. I'm with you, but you're having a hard time shaking this. Even your friend is not a fan.
Well,
of
he's a UC Irvine guy, so he thinks it's the greatest
eater.
freeway ever.
He's an anteater.
Yes, anteater. I guess this would be. I could have dropped this as a gripe, but it doesn't affect me.
Okay.
One of my friends.
Oh, you have an additional gripe. I like this.
Buddy. His name's David. Now, did you ever hear my story about the one time I went to Disneyland and one of the guys that went with us in this, it was me and my friend Kira, who works for Disney, and then my sister, and then my buddy Matt, and then he brought his friend David.
Okay.
We drove all the way up to Disneyland, and when we got to about like Camp Pendleton, he discovered that he left his phone in Matt's car outside my house. Disaster.
I mean, you don't go back and get it at that point.
Well, we said we were not going back to get it, but he needed his phone because he wanted to make his daily fantasy bets on a NFL Sunday.
I'm sorry,
so
sir.
His parents actually lived in Orange County, and he convinced his dad, who is a CHP officer, who, by the way, was just probably the guy that you don't ever want to ask to, like, can you drive me down to San Diego and back to Disneyland?
What?
He got it. He was able to do it anyway. He drives all the way back to my house. He gets the phone. His dad kind of torments him by stopping at some CHP office to just, the one that at Camp Pendleton before San Clemente.
Yes.
He stopped there to go to the bathroom, and then he ended up hanging out with his CHP buddies for like 2 hours.
Oh, God.
As David's just wasting
time.
The free day, because when you're going with somebody that works at Disney, everything's like free.
Oh, you have to be with them.
Yeah, so like we had to, we just hung out, and we had to go get him back into the park, whatever.
Okay,
but,
all right.
He wasted an entire free day at Disney because everything was free, trying to drive and get your phone. I would have just left the phone.
Yeah, skip
Forget
a Sunday.
the phone. I can last the day without the phone.
Skip a Sunday. What are you doing?
Exactly.
Why are you wasting time going back for the phone?
I briefly tell that hilarious story to set up this hilarious story. So we're in a group chat, and we get a text on Friday night, late Friday night, from David. David lives in Hoboken now, over in New Jersey. Yeah,
okay.
That's where he works in New York, and that's where he lives now.
No Disneyland there.
And so he sends a text going like, "I'm so pissed," and I was like, "This could be a lot of different things." And Matt jumps in. He goes, "What are you pissed about, David?"
Oh no!
And then he goes, "My ex sent me this." And it's a screenshot. I didn't know this existed. This is an eye-opening experience for me. So anybody driving around that's young, that's dating, that knows about these things. Apparently, there are Facebook pages throughout the country for both guys and girls that are labeled, "Are we dating the same guy? ? Are we dating the same girl? ?
I definitely know about these. I'm not.
And
on
there's
these
different
pages,
cities on there too. I didn't even know this existed. And so what the page basically is it's a page that allows people to anonymously post about people that they have dated in the certain area to see if, they're kind of, I don't know, crazy or nuts or like if the date went bad.
Do some sort of research.
It's basically a scouting report page on a lot of the eligible bachelors and bachelorettes of San Diego.
By the way, when I went on that fake date with you, girl, I didn't opt into your little, I'm going to put you on Facebook. Do not put me on Facebook if I'm a nice guy, okay? Do not.
Somebody on my Instagram goes, they post about softball people on there all the time. Oh, God. I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to look it up. I don't want to see if I'm on there because I don't think I am. But anyway, so he sends the one for Jersey City, Hoboken, and New Jersey. And it's titled, it's a screenshot that he got from his ex. His ex finds it. David E., 25, Hoboken, any, and then the T emoji. I'm like,
T? I see. Yeah. Information.
And I was like, uh-oh, this can't be good. So I start reading it. And the first thing was, did he go to Alabama? And I'm like, well, David did go to Alabama, so this is definitely about him. This is not a different David E. in Hoboken, New Jersey.
So is he excited showing you this?
No, he's
terrified?
ruined. He's ruined.
Okay.
He's in shambles. I'll tell you his response in a second. But it's like anonymous poster. Did he go to Alabama? And the other anonymous member goes, yes. And it goes, yeah, I hung out with him and he was nice, but he definitely wasn't looking for anything serious. And then he got pushy and would hit me up at like 2 a.m. And then it's just a bunch of anonymous posts from every girl he's been on a date with in Hoboken, giving the scouting report of poor David. I watched. I was like, I'm Team David on this. This is insane. This is insane behavior. He's like, this is BS, man. This is so BS.
This actually terrifies me, Braden.
He was like, what? A 2 a.m. text? Come on, that's not that big of a deal. And then there's a couple things on there that he was like, well, I did actually do that. But he's like, come on, this can't be normal behavior. But he goes, I'm finished. I'm done. I'm not gonna be able to show my face around Hoboken again. I'm like, dude, they don't know what you look like.
I guess
it's time
that's
for him to
true.
move, I guess.
I guess it's time for him to move. That is a crazy story. I do know one person. The reason I know about it is because one of my friends was actually on it.
Didn't one of our mutual friends brag about his scouting report?
Yes, he
on
bragged
these
about
websites.
his scouting report, and he was very proud of it. I'm like, what are you so proud of? I am not on this because A, I never go on any dates, and B, I'm not a jerk on a date. So hopefully I wouldn't be put on this. But I think this is wrong. I mean, there's several thoughts, actually. It's good in the fact that if the guy truly is a bad dude,
I agree
that you could figure that out. But just because you went on a bad date doesn't mean you need to put this guy on blast. Like if he was boring or whatever. I don't know.
I've got like 3 people text me and go like, I'm on one of those pages. Not me specifically, but
you
they
are.
No, not me. I'm not on it. But they said they are on that said page. I didn't even want to look at said pages. I found the guy's version for San Diego, like where am I dating the same girl or whatever like that.
Yeah.
There's like 0 posts. And I'm like, good.
Well,
we got some sane individuals here.
You know, I
get the like watching out for some like crazy, some like creepy dudes out there.
There's like a serial killer on the loose. Like
as Katrina said in the thing, don't be, I have to use a different word.
A bleep bag.
A bleep, yeah, and you don't end up on the page. I mean, I think that's a valid deal, but it's still
100%.
Still ridiculous. Could you imagine? I mean, there's probably a lot of people driving home right now that dated or met their significant other before social media time. Could you imagine going on like dates with your significant other while you were dating and like she or he was just airing out everything you did on a page that everybody could see?
No, I get told a lot by people because I'm old now and I have a lot of friends that are married and they always say, I don't know how you do it in 2025. I could not date because a lot of my friends got married before Tinder and Hinge and Bumble and all of that. But that is crazy, Braden, and I hope your friend figures out how to get out
Poor
of that.
Dave.
Well,
Poor
you know,
Dave.
here's some advice for him.
Listen
Treat
to
people
Katrina.
better. Treat
That's
people
right.
better.
I mean,
don't
based
be
on
texting at 2 a.m. People don't like that.
I looked through like some of the things that he sent. I mean, they're not terrible. It's not egregious things. Some of the stuff he owned up to, but it wasn't even that bad. And then one I was like, hey, it was kind of nice, but like I didn't like this. And it was such a like a minor hang up. I was like, that's tough to be you, man. That's a rough one. That's a rough night right there.
One, but you did it, so
you put yourself in that position. So.
You know what? I was gonna talk about. You made me think of this thing I just learned about called zombieing, and I'm gonna actually hold it over to the Big Five because zombieing.
I don't know what that is.
Is
and that sounds
a
insane.
new term, and it's a great term, and it's something that's happened to me recently. So we'll talk about that in the Big Five and more on Gwynn and Chris, 97.3 The Fan. I gotta tell everybody, we are inundated with messages, chats. Someone called during the break. I didn't answer your phone call. I'm sorry. I was doing something else.
Struck a nerve.
I guess so. I would like to say to your friend David.
He says he's innocent. He's responded.
He's responded
on my on the
text.
He found out what we're talking about. He's like, I'm innocent. This is unreal.
But I thought he already admitted that he had done some of those things.
Well, the 2 a.m. text.
Well, that
the guy's out. Like, guys. That happens.
You know?
That's not like a. Is that a crazy thing?
I think the older I get, the more I realize that a 2 a.m. text is.
I wouldn't do that.
Is not a good move.
I didn't say it was a good move. I just said it's not like a crazy. It's not like a crazy move.
Come on, David. You want to get off that website? You want to find a wife? You're gonna have
Hoboken?
to.
You didn't hear the first comment. He didn't sound like he wanted anything serious, and then he got pushy. That's kind of funny.
You don't want that to be your descriptor. He's a pushy guy.
Started texting me at 2 a.m. Didn't want anything serious. He got pushy. You know what? Maybe he played his way onto the page.
You don't want that.
No,
all right.
Don't want to be considered
thanks
that
to
guy.
everybody for all of their hilarious things that they were saying on the chat. You can watch this on YouTube if you don't know. Just search 97.3 The Fan when you go to YouTube, or you can watch on X. You Up. Nate Taylor says the 2 a.m. You Up text. I'm not going to say I've never sent a text like that before.
Oh, God.
But that was when I was a drinker, and that was over 10 years ago.
A long time ago.
So it was a very long time ago. I've learned my way into being a better human being. All right, we're going to go into the Big Five, but first I want to say congratulations to Chad. He was the one who called in and knew that it was a $7 fee for me to cross the bridge. And so Chad won the Legion tickets, also won the qualification to Las Vegas. And he said he was picking up his daughter, and I needed to give a little bit of time before they got back in the car. So shout out to Chad and Zibby, who listen almost every day. Appreciate that. I love hearing when people listen, too. So let me know if you pick up your kid or wherever you listen. I love hearing it. So shout out Chad and Zibby. I like the name Zibby. All right. Now that we're past that, let's
what is this?
Hit some traffic and the Big Five after that.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring. Plenty of stuff to keep you on your toes this afternoon, guys. Traffic alert south 125 past Lemon. Jackknife Big Rig blocking the 2 left lanes. Also, eastbound King Freeway at the South 805, 2-car accident over to the right shoulder. We still have this crash on westbound King Freeway at the South 15 connector vehicle facing the wrong way. Crash on West 8 to the 15, that's over to the right shoulder. Also, eastbound 8, an accident on the College Avenue off-ramp. Getting reports of a possible brush or encampment fire near the Mission Gorge on-ramp to West 52. Also West 52 before Santo Road. Got a tow truck caught fire. That's over to the right shoulder. In the North County, a handful of problems. Accident involving a motorcycle. East 78 Rancho Santa Fe blocking the 2 left lanes. Up ahead, a crash clearing before Nordall Road. And on the westbound 78 near Woodland Parkway, 2-vehicle accident blocking the fast lane. What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? They always bottle their Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all their bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from their own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
You know, I haven't been up at 2 a.m. in a long time.
I got home super late last night. I was up till 2, I think, yesterday.
What the heck are you doing until 2? Playing
Played
softball?
3 softball games and went to In-N-Out after with my buddy Crumb.
His name is Crumb?
This is his last name. His name's Mike Crumb.
Okay.
Everybody calls him Crumb.
Oh, well, that's kind of cool, then.
He was all still fired up about his Eagles winning the Super Bowl. So, and then I didn't get home till late. And then when you play those super late games, you can't go to sleep. You're all
that's true.
juiced up, running around. And
it's like you're a major leaguer, you know?
I didn't say that.
Well, Chris,
I did crash into the wall last night.
Oh, at the Poway Sports Complex?
Yeah, in the center field wall.
I don't think there's any padding, is there?
No, it was wood. It was just straight wood.
Gosh.
I dropped the ball too. I was more upset about that. Somebody's
brutal,
like, "Oh,
man.
that was." You know what joke I pulled yesterday?
What?
I retold it to my buddy because he missed that game. But one of the I was making fun of our catcher because she was filling in on our team, and I was like, "Hey." Like after one of the, she had to like chase the ball to the backstop like 5 or 6 times.
Okay.
And so like when we come in from the break, after the inning, I go, "Hey, I gotta tell you something serious, like something really like important." And she like kind of like looks like, "Oh, like what?" And I was like, "It's called."
Hold on, I don't know why these mics crackle so much.
I know it crackles a lot. I was like, "It's called catcher, not chaser. So you should probably catch the ball." And she was like, "You're rude." And I was like, "Oh, well, you know."
That is rude.
It's funny, though.
Did she at least laugh at some point?
She thought it was funny, yeah.
Okay. All right. At least you're getting a laugh somewhere.
Catcher, not
chaser.
Chaser. You can use that now if you want.
I'm going to. Do you know, have you ever heard the Tennessee pickup line?
You're the only 10 I see?
Yeah.
No, sick,
That's
dude.
my
You're
pickup line.
super sick, bro.
That's my pickup line.
Number 5.
What if Adam does that at Little League practice today? It's called catcher, son, not chaser. Do you think he made it to Little League practice?
I think he did.
With the traffic that's going on out there, and he just left, and he said he was already late.
Yeah, that's true. Adam is a coach of his son's baseball team. I can't imagine what that looks like. But anyway, all right. Aztecs men's basketball team plays San Jose State tonight in San Jose. They have 8 games left. I'm going to ask myself first, how many do the Aztecs need to win to control their own destiny? For me, the answer is all 8. But 7-1 seems doable. 6-2 is probably more likely. They still have a road game against San Jose State tonight. They have a home game against Boise, home game against Fresno, road game against Utah State, home game against New Mexico, road in Wyoming, road UNLV, and home Nevada. Likely you have to win all of those. I will say 6-2 is good enough, but I just don't know if they're going to be able to do that. They might split.
You have to win at least 6.
Yeah.
You have to win at least 6. If you lose to Utah State and New Mexico, it's not the end of the world. It's not a good position to be in. Then you have to win more in the conference tournament. But I would say 6-2 minimum. What's Warren Nolan got, about 7-1?
Yeah, 7-1. Braden taught me about this great website called warrennolan.com, and it gives you all the different breakdowns and predictions and everything. But yes, they are projecting that the Aztecs win the next 7 of the last 8 games. And the only team they have them losing to is the
Utah State.
Utah State, yeah.
If they do that, then I think if they make the semifinals, I think it'll be a sweaty Selection Sunday. If they make the championship, I think they're in. And then obviously if they win, they're in. So 6-2, you lose more than 2 of these next games, you're in some serious trouble.
You can't lose to Fresno State. They're terrible.
Oh, no.
You can't lose to Wyoming.
They're not good
very
either.
good. UNLV is...
They're okay, but they're not that great.
New
None of
Mexico's
those metrics
pretty
are good either. Are you on Warren Nolan right now?
No, I was
Because if you're on there, you can see all the their RPIs are all not good. Their RPIs and their net rankings, which is going to hurt them.
So pretty important stretch here for
yeah.
the Aztecs.
They beat Utah State on the road. It's a quad 1 win. It might give you a little breathing room.
All right.
Got to take care of business tonight, though.
Yep. 6 wins out of the last 8 games. That's what they need. Let's move.
Number 4.
To the Dallas Mavericks. The Mavs were playing the Kings last night, and the Kings ended up winning 129-128 in overtime. But that's not the reason that we're talking about this, because during a fourth quarter timeout, a karaoke cam skit played on the center court video board with fans around the arena mouthing words to songs. But when the camera showed one fan behind the basket nearest to the Mavs bench, instead of mouthing the song lyrics, that fan mouthed "Fire Nico," obviously referencing Mavericks general manager Nico Harrison, who on February 1st traded Luka Doncic to the Lakers. Also, there was a sign, or there were 2 signs. One said "Fire," the other said "Nico," and they were being held up in the crowd. Here's the problem. The Mavericks decided to remove these people from the stadium. So 3 people were taken out because of their protest of Nico Harrison. Now, Braden, the question is this. Do the Mavericks have a right to kick people out for "Fire Nico" signs?
It's their stadium. It's their arena. They technically could do whatever they want. I mean, I'm sure there's stipulations for being on the video board. I'm sure there's a term and agreement that gets flashed up there before the game starts really early. But they can do what they want. It's their arena. But is it a good look for them? I don't think so. I mean, especially with the way everything is right now. With the Dallas Mavericks, traded away your best player who's 25 years old to the Lakers. The guy you got back is out for a month. People are going to be upset about it. And now you're just going to try to make everything look like it's great. Nothing to see here. Everything's fine. Everything's great here in Mavericks land.
I love that.
Yes, they could do whatever they want. That's their organization. That's their arena. That's whatever. But at the same time, it's not necessarily a good look.
I'm with you. They can do whatever they want, but it wasn't like the language was abusive. Fire Nico is not abusive language. I'm sorry. When you become a general manager of a team, you have to be able to deal with people wanting to fire you. And when you're a general manager of a team that trades away a generational player for basically nothing, then yeah, you're going to have to deal with people wanting to fire you. Do I think they should have kicked him out, though? No, this is soft. This is so soft. Like, why not? And I guess maybe they could argue that there have been death threats against Nico Harrison, and all of that is stupid. I don't agree with any of that either, but fans just saying fire Nico is a way for them to, I guess, get what they want out there, and so I don't have a problem with this. It wasn't abusive. They weren't screaming obscenities.
Organizations now always want to show that they always want to make everything the narrative about them is we're the greatest thing. There's nothing bad about us in any capacity. Everything's great all the time, and it only works so much.
Someone else told me a conspiracy theory on the chat earlier.
Oh, nice.
The owner of the Mavs, she wanted to actually build a casino next to it, and
she still wants to.
Yeah, they didn't let her, and then she wants to like maybe move it back to Vegas. So she's just trying. The conspiracy is that she's trying to make the team as bad as possible so that no one cares about it anymore. I got news flash for you, lady. Doesn't work that way. Does not work that way. I hate when rich people come in and think they know what they're doing.
The thing is, it's going to be the NBA. I can't imagine the NBA allowing a team to move out of DFW.
That would be tough to think about.
It's a major market.
Huge.
That has every sports team.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Number 3.
An already strange story has become even stranger. The Hornets and Lakers made a trade right before the NBA trade deadline involving Hornets center Mark Williams, and the Lakers returning 2 players and 2 picks. One of those players being first-round draft pick for the Lakers, Dalton Connect. The Lakers' doctors actually failed Williams during his physical, so the trade was canceled. And the Hornets do not like it. The Hornets are likely to dispute this, and they are considering their options, what the league office sources said. Williams has missed 60% of the Hornets games over his 3 seasons in the league, most notably for separate back and foot injuries. I'm up first. Do the Lakers get cold feet? I think this is exactly what happened here. They had a little bit of buyer's remorse.
They had a Dalton Connect.
They had a little bit of oh man, we just got rid of our number 1 draft pick from this year. The only way for us to cancel this trade is to fail him for his back injuries that he's been suffering. So I think the Lakers should be punished for this. I don't know what the punishment is, maybe a draft pick, but this is shady business right here. What do you think, Braden?
I don't think it is. I mean, obviously, I just think it was a failed physical, and the Lakers actually gave up more for him than they did for Luka. So I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait to see what the Hornets have to say about this. But you're the Lakers, you get Dalton Connect back, a couple draft picks back, and if you're the Hornets, you get to deal with the guy that you thought was the most lackluster effort in a first half that you've seen.
I think that's that guy has.
That's why they're upset. They're like, wait a minute, he's coming back?
We thought we got rid of him, and then I went off on him, and now he's
Lakers
back.
still needed a center. They don't have one. Dalton Connect's not a center. They traded away the guy that was playing center for them, and Anthony Davis, even though he's not a center either. So
he's hurt, so
it's not like they don't want a center on their team.
Number 2.
Diana Rossini of The Athletic recently reported some stipulations the Jets had for Aaron Rodgers if he wanted to come back to the team in 2025. She said, quote, "I was told that when they had conversations with Aaron Rodgers about what the future would look like, if you're going to be a part of this team, you're going to attend all of training camp. You're not going to do Pat McAfee interviews anymore." And they had a conversation with him of, if you were to stay here, here is how we would want it to be. So she goes on to say, "This to me is Aaron Glenn getting control back," end quote. Braden, was this necessary for the Jets to do?
I think so. I think it gives them a reason to just get rid of him because I don't think they want him around there anymore anyway. And they put together a list of stipulations that he would never abide by anyway. And we're like, yeah, if you want to come back, you do this. He didn't want to come back anyway. So then it makes it look like they're in control or whatever. But I think it's a good move on the Jets, getting rid of Aaron Rodgers. He's just, Aaron Rodgers is about Aaron Rodgers. That's what it is. So fulfill the prophecy and have him go to Minnesota, and he's Brett
he's
Favre.
in Minnesota?
No, I'm saying fulfill the prophecy.
No,
Send
I
him to
know,
Minnesota.
but okay, that would be crazy. Packers fans' heads would explode.
It'd be just like Brett Favre.
Brett Favre.
Fulfill the prophecy.
Brett Favre almost took the Vikings to a Super Bowl, but he threw an interception at the end of the game.
Where have I heard that before? Evergreen.
Oh, is that said a lot?
No, Brett Favre used to throw picks all the time late and cost them games.
That too. Was this necessary? Like Braden said, to get control back? Yes. They didn't want anything to do with him anyway. He doesn't want to show up to training camp. He doesn't want to do what they want him to do. I have no problems with them standing up to Aaron Rodgers here.
Number 1.
All right, zombieing.
Yeah, what is this?
It goes along with ghosting. Now, ghosting is when you're talking to someone and then they just disappear. You have no idea what happened to them. Never respond to you. Even if you're like, never mind. It's when someone who ghosted you randomly shows back up in a few months acting like they'd never have ghosted you. This happened to me about a year ago, where I was talking to someone and then out of nowhere they just fell off the face of the earth. Never ever spoke to her again. 4 months later, I get a text, "Hey, how's it going? How are you doing?" And I'm like, this is very strange because you ghosted me, and this is like all of a sudden you want to talk to me. So my question, when somebody zombies you, what is your response to that? Are you just going to completely ignore them? Are you going to tell them that they're a jerk? Are you going to be friends with them again? Are you going to try to get into a relationship with them? My answer from now on, I'm going to completely ignure them.
Well, you got to ghost the zombie?
Yes, I'm going to ghost the zombie because you know what? I get treated bad by those people out there. And so I want to take my power back, Braden. Like Aaron Rodgers or the Jets from Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. Do what Katrina does. New number, who dis?
New number, who dis?
Exactly. I would ignore it. Probably. I didn't know that was a thing. I mean, how long a time are we talking here? You said months? Has this happened recently?
Like a year ago, but
a year ago.
No, I was reading this morning, and they were saying like a period of 3 months where someone just stops talking to you and then shows back up one day. My answer, again,
don't lose the high ground, Skraby.
Ignore them.
Be in control.
No, because you know what? I texted this person back.
Why?
And guess what? I got sucked back in, only to get spit back out.
Why would you do that to yourself?
Because I'm an idiot, Braden.
Have some pride.
I'm an idiot.
Self-respect.
Well, things. Never mind.
I like Katrina's approach. New number, who dis? That's great.
Don't lose the high ground.
I agree. You can't lose the high ground. You got to stay in control.
I don't know that I've ever had the high ground. So.
No, that's what you missed your opportunity to get the high ground.
That is true.
Anything else in your dating life?
I got to get out of here before I embarrass myself some more. Recap.
Zombie.
97.3 The Fan. Filling in for Gwynn and Chris. I'm Matt Skraby. That's Braden Soprennitz, 97.3 The Fan. You can follow me on Twitter at Matt Skraby, MATTSKRAB as in boy Y, Twitter and Instagram. You can follow Braden. Is it the same address on both, Braden?
On everything.
B_SURP.
Follow me on all social media platforms.
You're actually broadcasting live from your Instagram platform right now.
I am, yeah.
You can always watch the show on YouTube or Facebook or X or Instagram, all of that stuff. We're going to be recapping here in just a second. We're also going to talk a little bit about college basketball and what's going on. And then I'm not real sure what we're going to do for 540 yet. I believe we're going to do like a TMZ.
More Skraby dating
segment.
Stories that Nate Taylor wants?
No, and that's what I want to bring up. I don't need to tell any more dating stories. My dating life is pathetic. It always has been pathetic.
You got to change your mindset.
It's all no, and that's okay.
You got to change your mindset.
It's okay.
Mindset needs to change.
Are you going to start being like Tony and Chris and call me lonely boy, which I still
see? That's
messed up, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
It's a low hanging fruit right there.
It's funny, the two married guys who complain about being married all the time call me lonely boy.
Lonely boy.
For one day they would trade places to be unmarried for one day, I think. I don't know.
I don't think they would say that out loud.
I don't think they would say it out loud.
I don't think they would say it at all. I think you're going to get them in trouble.
I think
you need to stop talking about that.
Oh, no. When they're not here, everything's fair game.
Everything's fair game?
Tony's on vacation. Chris is with the Aztecs women's basketball team. He's going to return tomorrow. They're in Vegas. Oh, okay.
Playing UNLV.
Well, I know UNLV is very, very good. And I don't know. Chris goes back and forth on the women's team. He definitely thinks they're a good team, but they've struggled here in the last few weeks. Kind of like the Aztec men's team. They've struggled. We'll get into college basketball in the next segment.
What's Jacob talking about here?
Jacob. Skraby, remember when you were complaining about the date before, though? What date before, Jacob?
I don't know. See, I was
just saying.
Just saying.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jacob. We'll come back to you, Jacob. Some of the news of the day, it's official. Jason Hayward is a Padre. That happened earlier. Also, Connor Joe, that happened a couple days ago. He's officially a Padre. Kenley Jansen signs with the Angels. 1-year deal, $10 million. Kike Hernandez is returning to the Dodgers, and he's going to be making $6.5 million, which is kind of a lot for someone
insane.
like Kike. Is he gonna? He's not an everyday player, is he?
No, of course not.
Yeah,
he's not an everyday player.
That's why I'm like, did they make him an everyday player?
Is he even gonna make the team? There's only 26 guys you can carry on the roster.
Yeah,
they're running out of spots.
They are running out of spots, and
they
guess
signed
what?
Kershaw today too.
Yeah, Kershaw needs to go through his physical, so there's no details on how much money he's being paid. I'm sure it's like $1 million, all deferred until like 2075. And then switching to football, Kellen Moore, Eagles offensive coordinator, has been named the Saints head coach. And to me, I feel like this is not the best opportunity for someone with their first head coaching experience. But hey, you're being put in charge of an NFL team. You just won a Super Bowl. Who am I to come down on him for this?
You talking about Kellen Moore?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a great of a hire. There's guys that are really good offensive coordinators and really good defensive coordinators, and then there's guys that are really good head coaches, and it doesn't mean that they're the same. So we'll see how it goes for Kellen Moore, but it's him, and then I think they hired Brendan Staley to be the DC.
I think they did too. You're right.
I just don't think the staff is that great.
That's
Staley was Staley's a good DC. He just wasn't a very good head coach. I mean, he's another one of those guys, but I don't look at Kellen Moore and be like, is this guy going to lead 53 men? I don't see it, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't really see it either, but hey, there's been plenty of successes that I didn't see becoming a success either, like Dan Campbell. I never thought Dan Campbell would be as beloved as he is, but he is very beloved.
Motivator, surrounded himself with good
Yeah,
coordinators.
exactly. But now all of his coordinators are gone, so we'll see what the Lions can do. I'm a Lions hater. I'll admit it. I'm a hater of the Lions.
Why do you hate the Lions?
Because because people were in my face about it last year, and then the 49ers beat them, and then this year they lose, and I predicted them to lose for one and done. But he's losing Ben Johnson.
It seems like a very
and he's losing Aaron Glenn.
Ridiculous hang-up.
It is a ridiculous hang-up, but that's me.
That doesn't even justify hating the...
That's me in a nutshell. Alex Bregman is still looking for a job, and He's not coming to San Diego, everybody. Before everybody asks, he's
I don't
not
think
coming to
anybody's
San
really saying
Diego.
that.
But I gotta wonder when a guy like Alex Bregman is just going to accept the fact that he's not going to make Manny Machado money, which is what I read that Scott Boras was offering. Who knows if that's actually true, or Scott Boras is trying to get Manny Machado money with the length of the contract plus the AAV. I don't know how long you can hold out before you actually have to get back in camp and just kind of cut your losses and move forward. But Alex Bregman,
at age 30.
Yeah, this is his contract. I mean, this is the big contract for him.
Well, he has to wait out for it at this point.
Like, have we seen someone like actually hold out into a season before?
We've seen guys do that. They usually don't do very well. I mean, Dallas Keuchel did that, and it just kind of ended his career.
It did kind of end his career. But Alex Bregman, he is represented by Scott Boras, and I don't care what people tell me. Scott Boras has had a couple failures here in the last couple of years. 3 years ago, Scott Boras got any sort of money that he wanted from owners. Last year, he didn't do anything for anyone. They all got one-year deals. Matt Chapman got a decent deal. Blake Snell was a one-year deal with an option. Jordan Montgomery was a 2-year deal. Now you have Alex Bregman not finding a team and the money he wants. Juan Soto was a slam dunk. When are we going to start buying the fact that Scott Boras is maybe not the end-all, be-all of MLB agents?
Well, he still had he still has a good track record. I mean, he's just
not in the last couple of years.
I mean, he gets some, and then he doesn't get some. I mean, it's how it is with Scott Boras. This is what you sign up for when you want to be represented by him. Is you sign up to get the most money, and you're going to do whatever it takes to get the most money. You're not going to settle for a deal. So that's what these players sign up for when they go with Boras, and that's why they're just going to he's going to just keep waiting until he gets the number they think he's going to get. At this point, you're getting to the point of the season now where you don't have the leverage unless somebody gets injured or something like that. Sounds like the Red Sox are interested in making a deal with the Cardinals for Nolan Arenado as a contingency plan if they don't get Bregman. So, and once Arenado moves, maybe another team that needs a third baseman will jump in and overpay or pay what Bregman wants. But it's kind of the game, and you are what somebody's willing to pay you.
Yeah, that is true, and that's what Tony always says. You are what someone's willing to pay you. I can understand Alex Bregman kind of accepting that maybe I'm going to have to hold out a little bit longer, but it becomes a drag. It just becomes a drag. Now he's looking for a job. Now 2 weeks into spring training, I still don't have a job. Just doesn't work. Look at Blake Snell last year. He came into spring training really, really late, and he was really bad in the first part of the year.
And he hasn't been good in years where he doesn't put in a lot of work in the offseason. And the 2 years that he did, he won the Cy Young.
Yeah. And you know what? I forgot that he was actually with the Dodgers earlier today. I was like, oh, yeah, where did Blake Snell go? Oh, that was one of their early signings. Right. Like one of the early signings. It's ridiculous how many people the Dodgers have. I was looking at the offseason spending because we started the show talking about Jeff Passan's free agency update, and Soto's deal was his $765 million was if you combine like 15 teams here on this list, they didn't spend as much as Juan Soto made this offseason. And so I went to SpotTrack and I looked to see what is happening with spending this offseason. And in 2025, the Mets have spent the most at $1.008 billion they've spent. Dodgers are in second, $378 million. Yankees at $238. The Arizona Diamondbacks, $215 million. Most of that is Corbin Burns. Giants, $197 million. If you go down to the bottom, here's something that is kind of ridiculous, Braden. The Miami Marlins have spent $0 this offseason, along with the St. Louis Cardinals. Miami Marlins coming into the offseason, the GM said, we're going to spend money. We're going to be involved. We're going to be in on
everybody.
They have not spent $1, and their total salary is going to be like $58 million or something like that. This is the problem. When you have teams spending billions of dollars and you have teams spending no money, there has to be that happy medium. I mean, do people even go to Marlins games anymore? How you have to get players on that team to get people in that stadium.
Well, even when they did have players on their team, there still weren't many people in that stadium.
That's true. They went to the playoffs.
It's a monstrosity of a stadium in general.
Have you been there?
No, but I heard
it's interesting because it's like you walk in and everything's below street level, and so you're like,
oh, you're in a hole.
Yeah, you're kind of in a hole, but it's very bland. And they closed the roof on us, which was nice because it was July and it was very hot in Miami.
Well, Padres only spent $4.5 million in free agency this winter.
I was gonna say we could be the Brewers, Braden. $900,000. So
well, they were the Brewers until they signed Connor Joe and
they were
Jason Hayward because the $900,000 went to Tyler Wade, although it's not a free agent deal.
Yeah, it's an arbitration thing or a settlement. The White Sox, they've even spent $13 million this offseason. I mean, there has been spending this offseason, but I can't expect teams to spend $1 billion every offseason. Well, I just don't know how to fix that.
Jeff Passan asked the question about will there be a big spring training trade, and I think we should see what he's got to say about that when we come back. There are some mentions of the Padres still being interested in some trades. Whether that's good or bad, we'll tell you next.
From the 8.
Half, 9 out of 10 hiring managers having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. And news that only I really care about, Braden, if you want to take a trip to Milwaukee, we now have basically 5 days a week, a direct flight from San Diego to Milwaukee. So if you're looking to go see the Padres and the Brewers.
That was what sparked this?
Oh, I was reading my my airline news blog.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I was reading.
You were reading what?
I read airline blog.
Airline
blogs.
You read? Is that a hobby of yours?
I love aviation. I will get my pilot's license one day.
Skylar's going to get hers.
I know. We work with Skylar, and Skylar is going to take me up in her plane one of these days.
Yeah, I want to go. Well, not all three of us. Do we all fit in the plane?
I'm too heavy.
Nobody said that. Not with SD fat loss.
No, that's true. I'm less heavy than I used to be with SD fat loss. Have you ever seen my skydiving video that I have as one of the commercial breaks?
You've jumped out of a plane before?
Yes, I'll play the skydiving video in the next break. But as a guy who's very afraid of heights, skydiving was amazing.
What?
Yeah, I loved it.
I have zero interest in jumping out of a perfectly good airplane.
It makes it honestly, I would want to do it again. It really was that fun.
I discovered that every girl on Hinge has done that.
That is
in which
really
I made it a
funny
prompt where I was
observation.
making fun of them all jumping out of an airplane.
Because you're right. There's a lot of people who skydived on Hinge, and there's also a lot of nurses on Hinge. There is more nurses in this town.
It's hard to date a nurse.
It is hard to date a nurse. Their hours are crazy. All right. Aztecs are playing San Jose State tonight. They have to win this game. It's in San Jose. John Rothstein, CBS Sports, said San Jose State's Josh Uche is out for tonight's game, so he's their best player. That is good for the Aztecs.
It is. We got to get to that tease that we had.
Yes, Braden mentioned before the break. Jeff Passan wrote an article and a bunch of different things that could happen here in spring training. Number 6 is, will there be a big spring training trade? And he's saying yes, and he's looking at AJ Preller for this.
Most eyes in the game are trained on the Cardinals and Padres, who, with swashbuckling general manager AJ Preller.
I love that he's a pirate now.
Buckler.
He's our
matey.
Yes.
Are always open to discussing deals. They are actually so this year with a budget crunch amid a legal battle for ownership between the brothers of the late Padres owner Peter Seidler and his widow. San Diego has spent $4.5 million in free agency this winter, ahead of only the 3 teams that haven't signed a fully guaranteed big league deal: Miami, Milwaukee, which I guess you can now fly direct to from San Diego every day, and St. Louis. Getting Nick Pivetta, for example, could free up the Padres to move either Dylan Cease or Michael King, both right-handers set to hit free agency after this season. King is far less likely to be dealt, according to sources. San Diego has also listened to offers for closer Robert Suarez, an understandable tack considering the Padres' bullpen depth. Jason Adam could step in to close, as well as Suarez's ability to opt out of the final 2 years of his contract next winter. And for those who think perhaps Vlad Guerrero Jr. would become available if he can't come to terms on a contract extension before his February 18th deadline, the Blue Jays continue to insist to other executives that the slugger isn't going anywhere. There is a price for everyone, yes, but Guerrero would be exceptionally high. So back to the Padres. They said, or Jeff Passan said, if they could sign a guy like Nick Pivetta, then they could potentially trade a starting pitcher. If they had to trade a starting pitcher, Cease is more likely to go than Michael King, which I believe, and I also buy. San Diego's also listened to offers on closer Robert Suarez, and I've heard that they have listened to offers on a guy like Jake Cronenworth, but that's not in this particular article. If you look at it, and the way everything stands right now, do you think the Padres actually make a move before the end of spring training?
Answer is yes, but...
Like a sell move?
No, not a sell move. Like, they're going to make... I think they're going to make small moves. I don't think they're going to find anything to... I don't think they're going to find a big trade that works for him, because I was reading about the Orioles and how Dylan Cease, they've been calling about him, and AJ Preller remains that his price is very high, so it's kind of one of those, okay, well, if you pay it, we'll do it, but you're probably not going to pay it type of deals. So I don't think that they're going to find the value that they want. I think the more I think about it, Robert Suarez is in my sights. I'm sorry, Robert Suarez, but I with the option after this year, you have to. I think he, and this word is harsh, I guess, but expendable, because you have Jason Adam, and you can get something for him. I mean, if he opts out after this year, you're literally losing him. Like, you don't get anything for him. Same with Dylan Cease. Same with Michael King.
I totally agree. And I said that at the beginning of the offseason. I thought for sure if the Padres are going to trade somebody, or if they need to trade somebody, I'd trade Robert Suarez. I didn't like the way he pitched down the stretch. I didn't even want to see him in the playoffs at all. When they even threw him out in there in the playoffs, just because of how poor his second half of the season was. So for me, I would totally trade Robert Suarez, and you either get some prospects back that are close to competing at the major league level, or you get some prospects back that might be a little bit better but way further away, and you might be able to swing those guys for a starting pitcher. I think it's less likely that you're able to get starting pitching out of a deal for Robert Suarez, but I thought it'd be a lot easier for them to get a bat or two for a closer. But to me, that would be the one move that I think the Padres should and could make in order to keep the starting rotation solid, to keep your team in a highly competitive spot, saving some money and trying to restock on utilizing your resources in the areas that you need.
I like that answer. That's very well thought out, Braden.
But I don't think that's going to get done. I think if anybody gets traded, it's probably him. I would be shocked. I'd be really shocked if they traded Michael King.
Me too.
I would be slightly less shocked if they traded Dylan Cease, but I think at this point they'll hang on to him. Yeah. And you never know. I mean, that seems to be the question going around. But I do think if somebody is expendable, as you mentioned, is probably Robert Suarez.
First, I would like to address the crackling mics. I am going to figure this out because it's driving me absolutely insane.
Yeah,
it's nothing that we're doing. It just is crackling for some reason, and I'm sorry, everybody. Number 2, AJ Preller said at FanFest that he wanted to add, 1 or 2 more bats, and he wanted to add 1 or 2 more arms. With the Connor Joe and Jason Hayward, would you consider that 1 or 2 more bats, or is he talking about someone else?
I think it's 1 or 2 more bats.
Do you think those guys are the 1 or 2 more bats that he may have been referencing?
Who are you going to go get that's cost effective?
It's so
in
hard.
What position are they
we've
play?
talked about it for months now, and there's no answer for this. It's the continuing no answer question.
Those are your bats.
I'm
now
not
the pitching.
fan.
I don't know about the pitching, but they don't. They are getting what they can get for the prices that they can get it. AJ Preller's doing a great job of being creative with the payroll. I thought the contract he signed Michael King to was
creative.
It was
team
awesome.
Friendly, player friendly. Everything worked out.
It was
for everybody.
exceptional
Yeah.
for sure. So that's where you're going to see him at his best. And so now I think it's gonna come down to trades. If they get another arm, it's going to be potentially a trade. But I could see the Padres potentially trading Robert Suarez, and hopefully there's some teams that think they need a closer. But I don't think any of those moves are going to happen until we start seeing some spring training games. The other thing that opens up the market is injuries. When guys go down, right? And all of a sudden you got a last minute dash, try to acquire somebody to help your roster out. So
remember Adam Engel?
Adam Engel, $1 million deal. Another guy that didn't work on a $1 million deal.
He played one game.
Yep.
I think he literally played one game.
Yep.
All right. We need to go to break. Last segment of the show. We're going to update you on some of this college basketball that's going on, and then Braden's going to explain to me this whole thing with someone named Montoya. So
I'm not explaining that. I don't really know what that's going. I don't really know what that is.
I'm going to try to look up what's going on with Montoya.
That on social media?
I actually don't know if I'm going to explain. I don't know if it's radio friendly. So
exactly. We'll get you a college basketball update too, though.
Yeah, that's what we'll go with first. Possibly Montoya later. Stick with us.
Stay low. Hands on the heart. Stay low. front. Good time. I shouldn't have told you not to count down. That was pretty fucking awesome. Okay, take goggles down to your neck. We're crash landing, huh? What? We're gonna crash land. More or less. We're gonna hit the ground. Keep my knee. All the way back. Pick up. Punch up. Right on all the way down. Let it rain. All the way. Here we go. Up there.
Listen up, listen up, listen up, listen up, listen up. Biggest fan time. Congratulations to today's biggest fan, Edgar Lopez Moreno of Spring Valley. Give us a call back within the next 10 minutes at 833-288-0973 and you'll qualify for the grand prize. 20 tickets for you and your friends for a night in our Odyssey Suite at a Padres game later this season. Remember to register your name at 973thefansd.com/biggest-fan. Edgar Lopez Moreno of Spring Valley, your 10 minutes starts now. All right. Final segment of the show. I'm not going to explain Montoya to everyone because...
Yeah, please don't.
I want to keep my job. I mean...
Did you look into it?
I did a little bit. I need more research time if I'm really going to get into it, but I saw this clip.
I think that's a great topic for your
Chris?
show tomorrow with Chris and maybe Gwynn. Oh, Gwynn's not going to be here this week.
No. Barstool put up this video
Even
of
better.
a reality show in Spain, I think.
That's what it is, yeah.
And the video was shocking. It is shocking.
They show that on TV over there.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's shocking because you see something that you don't want to see. Just Google Montoya. That's all I got to say.
Montoya, he's trending on social media, not for the right reasons.
Not for the right reasons. The poor guy.
Screaming.
Yeah, poor guy.
Into the
That's
ocean.
all I got to say is poor guy. You know who?
You thought it was rough for David. It's rougher for him.
David's going to end up like Montoya
if he keeps
treating people like that. Jeez,
Oh,
David.
no.
I don't even know David, but I'll take shots at him on the radio.
You can take shots at David.
Okay, good. Because if you missed the earlier conversation, David was found to be on a Facebook page called Am I Dating the Same Guy? And not nice things were said about him. So
Anonymously.
Yeah, in Hoboken, New Jersey.
He's going to have to leave Hoboken.
All right, college basketball. Kentucky right now, up 3 on Tennessee, 52-49, 9:50 left to go in that game. Kentucky is at home. On the other side, Arizona and Kansas State. Arizona's winning 27-24 with 3:50 left in the first half. Florida just went to break, so I missed their score.
They're destroying Mississippi State on the road, 59-43.
Okay.
They're up 16. Auburn up on Vanderbilt, 65-57. Purdue up 3 on Michigan, 53-50 at the Chrysler Center. Iowa State is taking a 13-point lead on UCF, 63-50. Marquette up 9-4 in DePaul. 16:57 to go in the first. They just started, obviously. Alabama, Texas coming up at 6 o'clock. Georgia, Texas A&M, Indiana, Michigan State, Colorado, Kansas, UConn, Creighton in the top 25. And, of course, the Aztecs play tonight.
Yes.
Aztecs, San Jose State, 8 o'clock, CBS Sports Network. Aztecs favored by 9.5.
8 o'clock means 8:30 because those games always get pushed back.
Yeah, what's the game in front of them that will go to overtime for no apparent reason?
I don't know. I don't have the remote, but it will go to overtime for no apparent reason, and then it will take forever to sort out some out-of-bounds ball, and then the Aztecs are just sitting there.
We'll have Ben Higgins tweet about it.
Oh, there we go. Ben took a great shot yesterday at the Dodgers on Twitter. So Friedman, that's his name, right? Andrew Friedman?
That is correct.
He's the Dodgers GM, basically. And he, there's this video out on Dodgers territory, which is I guess Alana Rizzo's in this, so it's a somewhat of a legitimate podcast. But they had Andrew Friedman on there,
somewhat legitimate podcast.
He is bragging about how Shohei Ohtani, because he's a dual-way player or dual-threat player, he does not count against their pitchers. So you can only have 13 pitchers?
Yeah.
You can only have 13 pitchers. He does not count as one of those pitchers. And so they get another pitcher on the team. Lamont Butler leaving the game right now in Kentucky.
He's been battling injuries the whole time.
He really
Kentucky's
has.
only up 2 right now.
Anyway, back to this. So he was very excited, Andrew Friedman. Here's just a few seconds of what he said about this whole thing.
Mm-hmm. The two-way designation allows us to not count Shohei as a pitcher, which in turn allows us to have flexibility with our starting rotation and still maintain an 8-man bullpen. And that was part of our pitch to Roki, and something that we believed very strongly was no team was better equipped to bring him along in the major leagues than we were.
Okay, I can't hear the rest of that because I just don't care enough. But the first part of that was part of their pitch. And so Ben quote tweeted this, and here's his response, which I thought was amazing. He said, "Put another way, MLB adjusted the rules to give preferential treatment to the team that already has a massive financial advantage over the rest of the league, which they then used to land Roki Sasaki." Sweet. That's what Ben said. I thought that was a good...
They did change the rule when he was in Anaheim, though, so it's not like totally that, but it is very close to that. And they are the beloved organization of Major League Baseball, and they're going to have the rules work out for them because they are, and according to Major League Baseball, they like a league where there's about 5 or 6 teams that are the best teams, and they travel around to other cities just to showcase those particular teams, not the teams that the other cities have. They basically treat everything like the Harlem Globetrotters on their traveling circus that they have, and that's how it's built, and that's how it's always been, and that's why they don't have the same. That's why it's different than the National Football League, where anybody from any market can win any year, because that's the way that they set up their league with TV and everything like that. But Major League Baseball, they like having a 6-team league, and then everybody else is just a host site for those teams to play.
Host
That's what they are.
I like that. I've never heard it put that way. I can't argue with you on that. I really can't. It's just kind of crazy how things work out in the favor for the teams that have the most money.
And it's like the Eric Andre show meme where he's like, "Oh, why doesn't anybody watch? Why do people not? Why is baseball numbers going down?" Well,
because there's 1 or 2 teams that can actually compete.
Exactly.
I mean, my friend from Cincinnati, when the Dodgers got Roki Sasaki, he was just like, "What is the point of me watching my team? I know my team has no chance now." And yeah, Roki Sasaki might fail in his rookie year or whatever, but still,
there's
going
both sides
forward,
to that.
They are stacked And he doesn't. He's like, what is the point? My team's not going to beat their team in a 7-game series.
You say that now until you got to play the games. Otherwise, just give them the trophy and don't even waste your time playing any games. But you still got to play the games. Injuries happen, everything like that. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to get excited if you're a fan of any other team besides them right now for the season, right? I mean, that's just the deal that Major League Baseball signed up for. So. Teams loaded up there, but they still got to play the games, and we'll see what the Padres got this year against those guys.
We will. All right, traffic, and then I'm going to tell you about something that happened with Patrick Mahomes' father and John Rocker in New Orleans.
Our TMZ report.
Yes, we're going to go into a TMZ report.
From the Live Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury. Here's Kelly Danick.
Well, good news, guys. Only about 3 or 4 things to mention this time around. Yeah, definitely some improvements out here, but watch out for a roll of carpeting reported in middle lanes north on side of the 805 before Orange Avenue. Just up ahead past Telegraph Canyon Road, there's a collision over to the right shoulder. Southbound side of the 805 has cleared an accident near Palm Avenue. In the North County, deal with a collision on West 78 just before the 5. It's got the 2 left lanes blocked. Eastbound side of the 78 cleared a motorcycle accident near Rancho Santa Fe. Up ahead near Nordal Road, we still have this crash blocking the fast lane. And Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, impromptu 30-mile zone right here, but I wanted to tell you about this because it is kind of crazy, but Patrick Mahomes Sr., you can go to TMZ Sports, it's right on the first page, but Patrick Mahomes Sr. got into a shouting match with fellow ex-MLB pitcher John Rocker right in the middle of Bourbon Street, and things got so bad the two needed to be held back from each other. Number one,
oh my God,
why is Patrick Mahomes' dad doing stuff like this? He doesn't have the greatest decision-making skills to begin with. He's had many DUIs. It's not a good look. But John Rocker, anything that he does is not a good look either. But they're fighting on Bourbon Street. There's a video if you go to TMZ Sports about this.
Wow. I don't even know what to say about that. That's kind of insane, but not surprised with the clientele.
I'm not surprised with the clientele. That's a good way of putting it, honestly. But Patrick Mahomes' dad, he gets himself in trouble all the time.
You would think at this point, with how successful Patrick Mahomes has been and everything like that, you could just disappear. I mean, I would just disappear. Support.
Well, his brother did kind of disappear after he got in trouble for forcibly kissing that restaurant manager. So he's not been around for a while. Patrick Mahomes Sr. for some reason is still around. It's
just play it cool. I don't understand. People just want to love drawing attention to themselves.
It's very strange. I was never that guy.
Be
when
cool,
I drank.
Yolanda. Be cool.
I was never that guy when I drank. I was never the guy who wanted attention. I want everybody to pay attention to something else, not just me. Okay, so you're gonna have to maybe try to explain this to me or someone on the chat. Taylor Swift was booed when she was shown on the big screen at the Caesar Superdome. I thought Taylor Swift was America's sweetheart. Why are we booing her?
I think people are tired of having her get shoved down their throat.
That could be it.
On a lot of things. I also think there was a lot of Eagles fans there.
Oh, isn't she an Eagles fan?
No, she dates Travis Kelce.
Yeah, but I thought she was from the Philly area.
She's from Pennsylvania. She's not a Philly. I mean, who do you think she was rooting for? She's associated with the Chiefs now. I mean, she's at almost every Chiefs game. So why wouldn't?
I guess.
Why would Philly cheer for her? They booed Santa Claus. They're going to cheer for Taylor Swift?
I just assumed that everybody cheers for Taylor Swift. I didn't know that
I don't think that's the case.
I didn't know she overwhelmingly would cause so much booing as it caused.
A lot of Eagles fans there. I can see why that was the thing. So
our president did tweet out or Truth Social out. He said the only one that had a tougher night than the Chiefs was Taylor Swift. She got booed out of the stadium.
I don't know if it was that loud, but
it was pretty loud.
But yeah, I mean, this I just think people are tired of the same shtick all the time. Just
could be
getting shoved down their throat.
Have you ever watched the show Last Chance You, Braden, on Netflix?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Sometimes.
So some of these guys are going to be suing Netflix for millions of dollars following claims that they kind of got screwed over by Netflix. Multiple players.
Which season?
2015 and 2016. So Ronald Ollie was on it.
Oh yeah,
he was great. John Franklin III.
Yeah, that was the one in Mississippi, right?
So it was like the second or third season. I love this show. This show was awesome.
You quickly realized why those kids were at those schools.
Yeah. They didn't have much direction in life,
No.
and they didn't have much guidance in life either. But these guys are really good at football. It's it's the East Mississippi Community College where players,
Scuba.
kids go to maybe turn things around. They get kicked off a team or something like that. They can turn things around. Ronald Ollie and John Franklin III filed the lawsuit in L.A. this week. And they are just trying to get some money, and Netflix and the Junior College Association apparently took all the profits after it all aired. Now, at the time, this was not NIL days. So I don't know how much of a leg they have to stand on here, because if it's not in a time period where NIL was allowed, are they allowed to go back and claim that? I don't know.
Well, they part of the that new lawsuit. There was the the payback payments and stuff like that, but the fact that they were what are they doing again? They're suing
because okay, so let me read it exactly. According to the lawsuit obtained by TMZ Sports, Netflix and a host of other defendants, including the National Junior College Athletic Association and EMCC, netted big profits after it all aired. So they were paid, but
so
the stars of the show
junior
didn't get
college
anything.
league that runs the junior college affiliation that runs the junior college sports, whatever like that, and the school made a bunch of money off the Netflix thing,
Correct.
and those kids were unable to do so. Therefore, they deserve that they're owed something.
Yeah, I don't blame them, but I don't know that I don't know the law, obviously, but I don't blame them for wanting that
All
money.
those players that thought they were going to be NFL stars
that is the
never
issue.
made it.
That is the issue.
They just kind of bounced around other places. I mean, I think Ollie went to like Nicholls State or something like that, but I don't know how long
Really?
he lasted. Yeah.
I think John Franklin III went to Florida State or Auburn. It was a good school.
He was there.
From the
He wasn't
South.
he at one of those places first, and then he came back.
Oh, maybe he got kicked out of like Auburn or Florida
What was it,
State.
John Franklin?
John Franklin III. Yeah, that show, if you can go back and watch it on Netflix, it's pretty good. Last Chance U is what it's called, and you fall in love with the characters. You follow these guys, but as Braden said, you can kind of realize why.
He went to Florida State, then he went to East Mississippi Community College, then he went to Auburn, then he went to Florida Atlantic, undrafted in 2018, bounced around in the NFL for a little bit, was with the Bears organization 18-19, Bucks 19-20, and then he played for the Tampa Bay Bandits in 2022.
Is that like an XFL or UFL team or something like that?
A USFL team, and then he played for the Memphis Showboats in the United Football League,
like
and
that
then
name.
he was in the Canadian Football League last year with the Edmonton Elks.
Well, at least he's still trying to take advantage of the dream, but
Technically a Super Bowl champion and a national champion.
What team was he on when he won the Super Bowl?
He won the Super Bowl. He won with the Bucks in 2020.
Interesting. I
He
didn't
won
know
a
that.
BCS national championship with Florida State in 2013.
And then he got kicked off the team.
Yeah.
Do you watch The White Lotus?
I don't. My parents do.
Oh.
I don't have time to watch shows. I just don't.
Oh, come on.
I don't.
You have time to watch a show or two.
I don't. I don't watch shows.
The White Lotus is amazing.
It's weird.
It is strange.
It's just super weird.
But it's hilarious, and they have a third season that's coming out. I think it came out, or there was a party last night for it coming out. But I'm a big fan of The White Lotus season 1 and 2.
I did watch Landman.
Oh, I've heard Landman's okay.
That was great.
That was
show.
great.
I liked it. Yeah.
Billy Bob Thornton being an oil tycoon.
A lot of TCU references.
Oh, that's why you like
Also
it. Then.
cool. No, it was good. It was a good show though.
You have to be a Friday Night Lights guy.
I do like it. Very much has Friday Night Lights vibes. In fact, they actually go to Permian High School in the deal at the beginning. It's a Tyler Sheridan production. He's been on a heater right now. But yeah, Landman, I was in.
All right, Landman, you're in. You know, we're coming to the end of the show. We've literally talked about everything that we can talk about today.
It's a 1-point game in Lexington.
Oh, well, yeah. Lamont Butler had to leave the game, but you're a Tennessee guy. I bet on Kentucky.
Oh, Zakai Ziegler.
That wasn't even that cool of a layup. Aztecs play tonight against San Jose State in San Jose. Make sure everybody watches it. CBS Sports. And it starts at 8. Did you watch the halftime show?
I did.
What did you think?
It's fine. I liked it.
You liked it. You
I didn't hate it. Didn't love it. Liked
All right.
it. It's
Just
cool.
trying to get a
Kendrick's
couple more
cool.
minutes out of this.
Yeah, yes. It's the tap dancing over there, Skraby.
I am. I saw Jalen Hurts at Disney World yesterday. He looked much more sober than Patrick Mahomes did the year before.
I'm sure he was. You got to act accordingly in Disneyland, Disney World.
Yeah, he's the guy. And then Braden told me Big X the Plug is a huge rap guy.
He's popular now. I can't believe you've never heard of that guy before.
I've never heard of that guy before. I heard his songs. I've never heard of that either. Luka Doncic. Did you know he donated $500,000 to wildfire recovery, and the Chargers only donated like $200,000 plus $1 million later?
I did see that. Good for him.
That's
Are you just rattling off the TMZ articles now?
Yeah,
This
you got
rapid
anything?
fire
You
TMZ
got anything?
takes?
Go
keep
for
going.
it.
What else we got?
I mean, there's lots of Kanye stuff about
I don't
stuff
wanna
I
get
don't
into
really
that.
want to talk
He
about.
was just spewing stuff.
Cara Delevingne, according to TMZ Sports, was hanging out with Machine Gun Kelly at the
I
Super
don't know
Bowl.
who that is.
Don't really care about
I know who
that
Machine Gun Kelly is. I
either.
don't know who Cara, whatever her name
Delevingne, I think she's like an actress or
Is she?
something.
News to me.
All right, that's it. That's all I got for today. I'm happy. You know,
What do you got in the Aztec game tonight?
Aztecs. What is their spread? We didn't do that. Let me see.
They're favored by 9.5, I think is what I said.
They're favored by 9.5.
Yeah, 9.5.
All right, let's make that bet. Who you got?
I'll take San Jose State plus 9.5.
You'll take. Oh, I mean,
I think the Aztecs win, but all these games have been very close. Plus Mountain West officiating, so.
You're probably right. San Jose State. I mean, all these games have been close. I think they blow them out there with that player not playing. So, what is his name? Uje? I think that's Uje. So I'll take the Aztecs minus 9.5. All right, we made it. Thank you, Braden, for filling in for Chris and Tony. Thanks to everybody for listening. If you would like to follow us on social media, at Matt Skraby for me, at B_SURP for Braden. We'll be back to our normal schedules tomorrow. No Skraby show. Back with the Skraby show tomorrow night. So I will be talking to you all at 2 p.m. and Braden will be back talking to you all at 10 a.m. Ben and Wood start at 6 a.m. Have a great night, everybody. And go Aztecs.
Go ahead.